Chapter 2539. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a soft thud. The patriarch of the Barker family, Leyland, collapsed on the flying tool at his feet. He stared blankly at the godlike, purple figure in the projection. His heart seemed to have stopped beating for a moment. The faces of the Barker family's higher-ups were drained of all color. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. Heavens! How did the Barker family provoke such a powerful being? Now, are you still going to say that you helped Earth out of kindness? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian stared coldly at Reynolds, who was lifted up by his neck as he asked coldly. Reynolds was already stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian controlling the 37 extraordinary level battleships as if they were toys. At that time, he had already realized something. The cultivator in front of him was not someone the Barker family could deal with. Now, after witnessing everything that was displayed in the mirror image that looked like a projection, the cultivator in front of him could easily destroy the legendary disaster-level battleship, which was 2 levels higher than the transcendent-level battleship. Moreover, he was unscathed under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships. He's not human. He's not human. He's a demon. He's a demon. Reynolds roared in his heart. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No, it's not that. Under Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze, Reynolds finally revealed the truth. I want to nurture that planet and make it a colonial planet for the Barker family. I want it to be a slave for the Barker family to do whatever we want. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. As soon as Reynolds said this, Duan Ling Tian had an expression that said as expected. Long Jinghua and the others' faces changed. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian, they could imagine that Earth would not have been able to escape the calamity in the near future. Swoosh! 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 When the Barker family's higher-ups heard Reynolds' words, they were so angry that they almost fainted. They could understand Reynolds' actions. After all, they often went out to look for underdeveloped planets, nurture them, and enslave them. However, the planets they chose did not have any background. Now they could see it too. The backward planet that Reynolds found, although its technology was backward, had powerful cultivators, in other words. This time, Reynolds had kicked an iron plate. Sir, Reynolds' actions are purely personal. They have nothing to do with the Barker family. Please do not drag the Barker family into this. An elder from the Barker family voiced his opinion. Yes, Your Excellency. We didn't know what Reynolds did. Sir, Reynolds is at your mercy, but I hope you can spare the Barker family. More and more of the Barker family's higher-ups spoke up, choosing to sacrifice the rook to save the king. What say you, patriarch of the Barker family? Duan Ling Tian ignored the high-ranking officials of the Barker family and looked at Leyland with a faint smile on his face. Sir, Leyland stood up, but his legs were still trembling. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sigh, although Reynolds acted on his own accord, he was also helping the Barker family colonize planets. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. On behalf of the Barker family, I, Leyland, am willing to bear this responsibility. Leyland declared, Patriarch. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They wanted nothing more than to sever all ties with Reynolds. But their patriarch was still trying to tie Reynolds to their family? Patriarch, I know Reynolds' parents saved your life, and both of them died trying to save you. But today's matter concerns the survival of the family. Please reconsider. Yes, Patriarch. You can't risk the family's survival because of your personal grudge. Many of the elders of the Barker family glared at Leyland, trying to pressure him to change his mind. Uncle, Reynolds did not expect that when the upper echelons of the family were about to give up on him, his uncle would still protect him. For a moment, he was so touched that he could not help but tremble. My lord, what happened on Earth was my own doing. It has nothing to do with the Barker family. Reynolds gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "You can kill me or torture me as you wish." "You two, uncle and nephew, are quite affectionate." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Leylin and Reynolds before he released Reynolds from his grip. Then he casually sent Reynolds to the flying tool that Leylin was on. The members of the Barker family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what this cultivator was up to. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and brought Tang Xiaoxiao Long Zhenghua and the others with him as they flew toward the gigantic castle. At the same time, under Duan Lingtian's control, the 37 transcendent level warships returned to the armory behind the castle. Of course, the armory was now in ruins. "Now, my friend and I would like to visit the Barker family. Patriarch Leylin, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Leylin, the patriarch of the Barker family, when they arrived at the top of the castle. Leylin was taken aback at first, but quickly regained his composure. He realized that there was still room for negotiation. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. It is the Barker family's honor to have you as a guest, my lord." Soon, the lively scene in the live broadcast disappeared. The Barker family elders escorted Duan Lingtian and the others into the huge castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. What's going on? It seems like that cultivator intentionally showed mercy. Isn't it obvious? With his strength, it would be easy for him to destroy the Barker family. He must be planning to let the Barker family go. At this time, everyone on planet Lissa could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had been worried that the cultivator would destroy the Barker family. After all, the Barker family had deep roots on Liza. Their businesses were spread all over the planet. If the cultivator decided to make a move on the Barker family, they would be implicated as well. Under these circumstances, they hoped that the cultivator and the Barker family could resolve the matter peacefully. Elsewhere, Duan Lingtian, Tang Xiaoxiao Long Zhenghua, and the others were escorted by Patriarch Leylin into the castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. They entered the Barker family's largest meeting room. As expected, Duan Lingtian was ushered in at the head of the table. "Originally, I was going to take away all your transcendent level warships and all your researchers. I was going to leave you to fend for yourselves." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point after the Barker family elders had taken their seats. Duan Lingtian's words caused the faces of the Barker family elders to turn pale. If Duan Lingtian's words were true, the Barker family would soon be swallowed up by the other 9 families of the Milky Way. Without transcendent level warships and researchers, the Barker family would be a toothless tiger. But I've changed my mind. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Barker family elders to heave a sigh of relief. "I won't be asking for your opinion on what I'm going to say next. It doesn't matter if you agree or not. It won't affect the outcome," Duan Lingtian said domineeringly under the watchful eyes of the others. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Barker family elders to grimace. At this time, did they still have a choice? As long as the cultivator before them did not destroy the Barker family, they would have no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the terms no matter how harsh they were. "Next, I will place a seal on the bodies of the Barker family elders." Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and sword rays shot out of his hand and pierced into the bodies of the high-ranking members of the Barker family. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They felt as if their lives were no longer in their own hands. "I will pass the seal to this man. His name is Long Zhenghua. He is the head of the Special Case Department on Earth." Duan Lingtian looked at Long Zhenghua. "With the seal I've placed on him, he can kill all of you with a single thought within 100 years. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the Barker family's high-ranking officials changed drastically. "Don't even think about using your technology to investigate the seal I've placed on you. Not only will you fail to do so, you might even trigger the seal. Once the seal is triggered, all of you will be dead. Duan Ling Tian said again, cutting off any chance of escape for the Barker family's high-ranking officials. My lord, what do you want the Barker family to do within 100 years? As the patriarch of the Barker family, Leylin knew that Duan Ling Tian had a reason for doing this. He wanted the Barker family to do something for him. As for the seal, Duan Ling Tian must be worried that the Barker family would not be obedient enough. Within 100 years, I want you to bring Earth's technology to a level where it can rival the Barker family's technology. I want the Hua family to be the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way in 100 years. I want the Barker family to be on par with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Chapter 2540. Hiss, 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 hiss. The moment Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals couldn't help but inhale sharply. They would never have thought that Duan Ling Tian had put in a lot of effort to get China out of the solar system and into the Milky Way. 100 years later, it became the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Although this is a little difficult, the Barker family will do our best. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Barker's expression turned solemn. He knew how difficult the task Duan Ling Tian was talking about was, but he had no other choice. The Barker family had no other choice. Unless he had a death wish, and unless every member of the Barker family had a death wish. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he looked at Long Zhenghua and said, Instructor Long, you and your men will stay here and discuss the details with them. When the time comes, they'll send you back to Earth. With the speed of the extraordinary level warship that they have, it will only take them a few days to send you all back to Earth. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the corners of the Barker family members' mouths to twitch uncontrollably. That was an extraordinary level battleship. Now, judging from the words of this cultivator, he actually wanted to use the extraordinary level battleship as a means of transportation? Ling Tian, thank you for everything you've done for China. Long Zhenghua abruptly rose to his feet, straightened his back, and saluted Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. Long Zhenghua's 10 generals also saluted Duan Ling Tian. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was only worship in their eyes. When Duan Ling Tian sailed through space with his physical body and took them away from Earth, they were already shocked by Duan Ling Tian's means. However, it was only later that they realized that was only the tip of the iceberg of Duan Ling Tian's strength. The Transcendent Level Battleship was the strongest weapon in the Barker clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Milky Way. However, before Duan Ling Tian, the Transcendent Level Battleship was like a child's toy. The Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. In other words, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, even if he wanted to dominate the Milky Way, it would be a very simple matter. Instructor Long, I'm Chinese too. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Long Zhenghua before he beckoned to Tang Xiaoxiao and left with Tang Xiaoxiao. They left the Barker family and planet Lissa. With your strength, you could easily force the 10 great families of the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua Nation. Why did you only ask the Barker family to help Earth's Hua Nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way in 100 years? After leaving planet Lissa, Tang Xiaoxiao asked the question in her heart. In her opinion, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for Earth's Hua Nation to dominate the Milky Way. It's not difficult for Earth's Hua Nation to dominate the Milky Way. But what about after that? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiao's question. Humans are greedy creatures. If Earth's Hua Nation were to dominate the Milky Way, it would definitely try to expand its influence to other galaxies. After all, the resources in the Milky Way aren't that great. If I could force the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua Nation, would I be able to force all the galaxies in the Yanhuang realm to submit to it? Even if I could, I don't have the time to do it. Duan Ling Tian continued. So, What I'm doing now is undoubtedly the best choice. This way, not only will Earth's Hua Nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way, but it will also put some pressure on Earth. After all, there are still the 10 great families in the Milky Way that are not inferior to Earth's Hua Nation. Under such circumstances, don't you think it's the best choice for Earth's Hua Nation to build a solid foundation and slowly develop? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao. You really put a lot of thought into this. Tang Xiao could not help but sigh when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, "Won't Instructor Long be unhappy with what you're doing? After all, he can tell you're strong enough to dominate the Milky Way and help Earth's Hua Nation dominate the Milky Way. After all, as you said earlier, humans are greedy creatures." Tang Xiao said, "He won't." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I know Instructor Long very well. He's a person who's content with what he has. Furthermore, I believe that he can also see the reason behind my actions." "You mean he can tell you're doing this for his own good?" Tang Xiao was surprised. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao left, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals were led to a luxurious guest room by the patriarch of the Barker family. However, Long Zhenghua and his generals did not rest immediately. The 10 great battle generals under his command were all gathered in the guest room he was staying in. "Leader, with Blood Wolf Lingtian's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to help Hua Nation conquer the Milky Way. Why didn't he do that?" one of the generals asked. While Long Zhenghua's 10 generals were still in awe of Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength, one of them could not help but look at Long Zhenghua with a puzzled expression on his face. The other 9 generals turned to look at Long Zhenghua. "Humph!" Long Zhenghua snorted. "There's a saying in the Hua Nation that goes, 'Contentment is bliss.' That brat Ling Tian has done so much for the Hua Nation, and he's done us a huge favor. There's no reason for us to ask him to do more than that." "Understood." The 10 generals nodded in agreement. "Besides, he's doing this for the long term." Long Zhengua's next words were similar to what Duan Lingtian had said to Tang Xiao. "What kind of seal did you place on the Barker family's leaders?" Tang Xiao asked Duan Lingtian after they left Planet Lissa's solar system. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian had done to the high-ranking officials of the Barker family. "It's not a restrictive seal. It's just a little trick I used to toy with them." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In truth, he did not know anything about restrictive seals. Tang Xiao was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Aren't you afraid that they'll find out and ignore you? Once they find out, they definitely won't do as you say and help Earth and China to improve their technology. Do you think they'll find out? Are they willing to take the risk?" Duan Lingtian responded with a question. His tone was filled with confidence. Tang Xiao was speechless when she heard this. If she was in the Barker family's shoes, it would be impossible for her to find out. Moreover, she would not ignore Duan Lingtian since it was too risky. "Where are we going now?" Tang Xiao asked again. "I plan to return to Earth for a few days before returning to the Saint Province realm. After I'm done with the matters in the Saint Province realm, if I have time, I want to return to Yanhuang realm and visit the Yellow Dharch Mansion." Duan Lingtian said. He did not forget about the invitation from Xian Yuanji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Dharch Mansion. He also did not forget that his good friend Su Li would go to the Yellow Dharch Mansion after leaving the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. If possible, he wanted to see Su Li again before he ascended. Now, all of his friends and family had been taken away, so he especially cherished Su Li, who was still in the mundane realm. "Since I don't know where to go, I'll go with you to the Saint Province realm to have a look." Tang Xiao said, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao were halfway through their journey to the solar system where Earth was located when a voice suddenly rang out. Rip! A clear, ripping sound rang from the void in front of them, causing Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao to come to a halt. As they came to a halt, they saw another spatial crack appear out of nowhere in the space where they were heading. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, it opened like a door. "You're Duan Lingtian." A moment later, when the spatial crack opened like a door, a cold voice sounded from within. Then Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao looked at each other in shock. A skinny figure slowly stepped out of the spatial crack and appeared in front of them. It was a thin, middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of man who would be hard to find in a crowd. However, his eyes that shone with a green light sent chills down Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's spine. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the thin, middle-aged man's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Who are you?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard the thin, middle-aged man calling out his name. At this moment, he realized the thin, middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the thin, middle-aged man's appearance was beyond his comprehension. When Duan Lingtian heard the skinny, middle-aged man's voice earlier, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the skinny, middle-aged man. He discovered there was no pseudo-realm in this area. For this reason, the thin, middle-aged man must have come from a place that was not a pseudo-realm. Even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to do this, right? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. "Since you're going to die soon, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Young Master Qing Yan sent me to kill you." Chapter 2541. Young Master Qing Yan. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard the skinny, middle-aged man's words. In the depths of his eyes, boundless flames of fury were burning fiercely. Yun Qing Yan. Upon hearing the skinny, middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian knew Yun Qing Yan had sent the skinny, middle-aged man to kill him. He knew Yun Qing Yan would not let him go so easily, but he didn't expect that. He did not expect Yun Qing Yan would be so heartless as to send someone to kill him. Since he dares to send someone to kill me, it means he's not afraid of Kerr finding out I'm dead. After all, Kerr has my soul pearl. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Yun Qing Yan was not afraid. Yun Qing Yan must have used his family and friends to threaten Kerr again. Yun Qing Yan. When Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his gaze turned even colder as he looked at the skinny, middle-aged man. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have killed the skinny, middle-aged man many times over. "So, you're one of Yun Qing Yan's men." Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the skinny, middle-aged man. As soon as he sneered, he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength. Then he took out his celestial sword and cast the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of sword rays formed a sword formation that hovered above Duan Lingtian's head. The offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was ready to be unleashed. Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely comprehended the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. His strength was much stronger than before. He was confident he could kill a 9 bodiless celestial with just one strike. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was different from ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. Once one comprehended it to its peak, its power would far surpass ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. However, his strength was nothing compared to the expert Yun Qing Yan had sent to kill him. "Xiao, quickly leave this place. This person's strength is not inferior to the great overarching golden celestials who left behind all kinds of treasures in the beyond heaven's secret zone." Duan Lingtian asked Tang Xiao to leave through telepathy. He was ready to fight to the death. Even though he knew he was no match for the expert sent by Yun Qing Yan, he did not intend to resign himself to his fate, because that was not his style. However, he did not want to implicate Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao was innocent. Shua. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. When the thin, middle-aged man in front of her walked out of the spatial rift in space, she had already realized that the other party was not simple. She had extended her divine consciousness and discovered that there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings. If the thin, middle-aged man came from a pseudo-realm, he might not be as strong as her and Duan Lingtian. However, since there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings, it meant the thin, middle-aged man did not come from a pseudo-realm. He must have come from somewhere else. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger in the Devata realms were capable of such a feat. Ordinary golden celestials were not capable of such a feat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she confirmed this. Duan Lingtian, how did you offend such a powerful person? Tang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly when she sent the voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Fear could be heard in her voice. She could not help but feel apprehensive. After all, the thin middle-aged man was a great overarching golden celestial or stronger in the Devata realms. Why were there so many people after the treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? It was because the treasure vaults were left behind by great overarching golden celestials. And now, an expert of that level had appeared before her. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be fearful? Don't worry about that. You should leave now. Duan Lingtian did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao would still be in the mood to talk to him through voice transmission at this moment. He hastily sent another voice transmission to her. It's too late. Extend your divine consciousness and have a look. The surrounding space has been shrouded by his energy. It's impossible for me to leave now. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Swoosh! Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He glared at the thin, middle-aged man who was looking at him disdainfully and said in a deep voice, Yunqing Yan only sent you to kill me. This has nothing to do with my friend. Let her go. You can't even save yourself, and yet you want your friend to leave? You're really protective of the fairer sex, the thin, middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. However, if you want her to leave, I won't let her leave. Now that I won't let her leave, what can you do to me? The disdain in the thin, middle-aged man's eyes deepened as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was so enraged that his eyes turned red. The sword formation above his head began to stir restlessly, as though it would fly out and attack the skinny middle-aged man at any time. Your technique is similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, the skinny middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, I was wondering why young Master Qin Yan asked me to attack a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. It seems like it's because of you. However, compared to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, you're still far from being a match for him. Even Feng Qingyang couldn't last more than 100 moves against me. In the end, he had no choice but to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, those who enter the Azura Hell, even heavenly emperors, have no chance of surviving. The thin, middle-aged man said, Swoosh! Upon hearing the thin, middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. He did not expect the thin, middle-aged man would be so powerful. He did not expect the thin, middle-aged man to be the person Yunqing Yan had sent to kill Feng Qingyang. The reason Yunqing Yan wanted to get rid of Feng Qingyang was because he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy. He could be considered Feng Qingyang's successor. Yunqing Yan had sent someone to kill Feng Qingyang because of his relationship with Feng Qingyang. No chance of surviving. The skinny middle-aged man's words continued to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's ears. He had indirectly caused Senior Feng Qingyang's death. A heavenly emperor? Tang Xiao's expression changed drastically when she heard the thin, middle-aged man's words. She was shocked. She looked at the thin, middle-aged man in disbelief. You're saying a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm can't last more than 100 moves against you? Moreover, you forced him to enter a deadliest place in the Azura hell where even a heavenly emperor can't survive. Tang Xiao's voice trembled as she spoke. Naturally, she knew what a heavenly emperor meant. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, heavenly emperors were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. They were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. There were only 81 heavenly emperors in the 81 Devata realms. However, based on the thin, middle-aged man's words, he was even stronger than a heavenly emperor. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be shocked? Humph! The thin, middle-aged man scoffed. Among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there are only a handful who can last more than 100 moves against me. However, Feng Qingyang managed to last more than 100 moves against me. In terms of strength, he's at least in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Tang Xiao's body trembled when she heard the thin, middle-aged man's words. She was stunned as though she had been petrified. Boy, I really don't see anything special about you. I didn't expect you to win the heart of the most beautiful woman in the divine offering land. The skinny middle-aged man shifted his gaze from Tang Xiao to Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. It seems like you're going to attack me. How about this? I'll stand here. If your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave your corpse intact. The thin middle-aged man's voice was filled with disdain and contempt when he spoke. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Roar! Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for this moment, could no longer hold back when he heard the thin, middle-aged man's provocation. A sword formation appeared above his head. Swoosh! 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 When the mighty sword formation whizzed out, it was followed by a string of densely packed sword formations. There were a total of 12 sword formations. Including the sword formation that appeared first, there were a total of 13 sword formations. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength and cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. He had also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had comprehended to the highest level. Swoosh! 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 After the first sword formation merged with the 12 sword formations behind it, the sword light also grew more and more intense. It was so powerful that it seemed like it could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, wherever the sword formation passed, terrifying cracks in the void tore open in space as if they were free, cutting across the vast sky. From afar, it looked like gigantic pythons swaying their huge bodies. It seems like I've underestimated you. It's surprising that an eminent celestial from the mundane realm can wield strength comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm. But with this little bit of power, it's impossible for him to get within 10 meters of my body. The thin, middle-aged man merely smiled disdainfully when faced with Duan Lingtian's powerful attack. Chapter 2542. Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian unleashed all his strength and techniques. The sword formation whistled out, leaving a terrifying crack in the void as it charged toward the skinny middle-aged man. It seemed as though he was going to kill the skinny middle-aged man. However, when the sword formation was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it strangely came to a halt. In the void 10 meters away from the thin middle-aged man, there seemed to be a force guarding there, like a quagmire. As soon as Duan Lingtian's sword formation came close, It sank into the force and could not move at all. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's sword formation seemed to have lost its momentum. When it was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it was still moving at an extremely fast speed. However, when it was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it suddenly came to a halt. In just a blink of an eye, the sword formation disappeared like a firework. Only the celestial sword was left hovering in the air 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man. At this moment, the light on the sword had disappeared. From the beginning until the end, the skinny middle-aged man stood motionless in his spot. His expression did not change at all. Even his robe did not flutter in the slightest. This! Tang Xiaoxiao withdrew her shocked gaze from Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had unleashed his full strength, the commotion was so great that even she could not help but look at it. At the same time he also saw. She could tell that Duan Lingtian's attack had far surpassed the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It was just as the skinny middle-aged man had said. Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. However, even if Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to a golden celestial, he could not hurt the skinny middle-aged man at all. After all, based on the skinny middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Like an ant, the thin middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke indifferently. The contempt and disdain in his eyes deepened. "Pa!" In the next moment, with just a thought from the thin middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's immortal sword that was suspended 10 meters away from him was strangely broken in two again. What a pity! At the same time, the thin middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. "According to what I said earlier, if your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Now I can only turn you into ashes." When the thin, middle-aged man finished speaking, he took a step forward unhurriedly. It was this seemingly unhurried step that smashed into Duan Lingtian's chest like a giant hammer, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his chest tighten. Subsequently, a suffocating feeling spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could smell the scent of death. "Cur little fei, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as two beautiful figures appeared in his mind. Then, another beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Tian Wu! A moment later, the figures of his parents, his children, and his group of friends and family flashed through his mind one after another. At the same time, his heart was filled with resentment. Although he had expected this outcome when he made his move, he was still unwilling to accept it. However, when he was faced with such an outcome, he was unwilling to die at the hands of Yun Qin Yan's men. He was unwilling to die here. He was unwilling to die at the hands of Yun Qin Yan's men. Duan Lingtian. Tang Xiaoxiao cried out when she saw the thin middle-aged man was about to attack Duan Lingtian. Although she wanted to help Duan Lingtian, she was powerless to do so. After all, she was not even as strong as Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian was powerless in front of the thin middle-aged man, let alone Tang Xiaoxiao. If there's an afterlife, remember that not every woman is someone you can touch. The thin middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. His face was expressionless. In the next moment, the thin middle-aged man's aura changed abruptly. An invisible gust of wind swept out toward Duan Lingtian. The thin middle-aged man did not even need to lift a finger to kill someone as insignificant as Duan Lingtian. With just a thought, he could kill Duan Lingtian. With just a thought, the thin middle-aged man sent out an invisible energy that resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, aiming to kill Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao not notice the thin, middle-aged man's energy, but they did not even have time to react. This was because it was too fast. A cruel smile appeared on the thin, middle-aged man's face when he saw the invisible energy that extended from his body was about to engulf Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. In his opinion, the thin, middle-aged man was an ordinary person. If his energy enveloped a mere eminent celestial from the mundane realm, he would be annihilated in just a blink of an eye. However, at this critical moment, when the thin, middle-aged man's energy was about to land on Duan Lingtian, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, the thin, middle-aged man's cruel smile froze. Rip! The sound of something tearing rang in the air. The space in front of Duan Lingtian suddenly cracked open. It was a spatial tear. The spatial tear appeared in a timely manner. As soon as it appeared, it swallowed the thin, middle-aged man's energy that was about to attack Duan Lingtian. "Who's there?" The thin, middle-aged man's expression changed as he stared coldly at the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as though someone was hiding behind the spatial tear. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaozhao's attention was caught by the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of them. "It's me." Suddenly, a lazy and indifferent voice came out from the space crack. As soon as the voice rang in the air, a figure limped out of the spatial tear. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and he would occasionally take a sip from it. Based on his figure, it was obvious he was an adult man, due to his messy hair and the fact that he had his head lowered. One could not see his face clearly. It was impossible to tell if he was young, middle-aged, or old. However, based on his rough voice, one could tell he was a middle-aged man. He was clearly a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were stunned when they saw the man in tattered clothes who looked like a beggar walking out of the spatial tear. Since the man had appeared in such a manner, it meant he was at least a great overarching golden celestial in the Devata realm. When the thin, middle-aged man saw the beggar-like man, his eyes were filled with bewilderment, following which his gaze landed on the other party's waist, where he saw a faintly discernible identity token. The word cruel was carved on the token. Swoosh! When the skinny middle-aged man saw the word Jia engraved on the identity token hanging on the young man's waist, his expression changed completely. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the beggar-like man. "Yun Yi from the Yun clan greets, Lord Xia Jia." Currently, the thin middle-aged man no longer had the arrogance he had when he faced Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he had an extremely humble appearance. He was like a completely different person compared to before. "Yun Yi." The man called Xia Jia raised his head slightly and looked at the skinny middle-aged man indifferently. The spatial tear between the divine offering land and the Devata realm is about to close. Why are you, a member of the Yun clan, here instead of returning to the divine offering land? Lord Xiajia, Yun Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Xiajia's question. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I'm here on young Master Qin Yan's orders to kill this man. I'm sure Lord Yun Yi has heard that a mortal from the mundane world has defiled Miss Ning Shui's reincarnation," Yun Yi said. Slap. However, at practically the instant Yun Ye's words left his mouth, a clear and crisp sound of a slap was heard. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao saw a slap on Yun Ye's face. Shockingly, a clear palm print had appeared on Yun Ye's face. Lord Xiajie. Yun Ye's expression changed drastically. Yun Ye's expression changed. When he looked at Xia Jie again, besides rage, there was also heartfelt fear in his eyes. "How dare a servant of the Yun clan like you speak about the matters of the eldest miss of the Xia clan?" Xia Jie, who didn't care about his appearance and looked very sloppy, seemed to have completely changed at this moment. This aura gave people a feeling of awe-inspiring without being angry. "Believe it or not, the Yun clan won't pursue this matter even if I kill you right now." Yun Ye's expression changed again when he heard Xia Jie's words. The anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear and dread. Scram! Yun Yi seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw when he heard Xia Jie's words. With a wave of his hand, he tore a spatial tear in space. Then he flew into the spatial tear and disappeared. The spatial tear quickly closed after Yun Yi entered the spatial tear. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he had not obeyed young Master Qin Yan's order to kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, this was not the case. Compared to his young Master Qin Yan's order, his own life was more important. As they watched the insufferably arrogant Yun Yi flee, like a stray dog in the blink of an eye, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Tang Xiaoxiao, they felt like they were dreaming. If Yun Yi was not exaggerating, he was even stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. You're Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he saw Yun Yi leaving. At this moment, the sloppy Xia Jie turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His sharp gaze shot out from under his messy hair, as if he could see through everything. Chapter 2543. Yes, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had nowhere to hide under Xia Jie's gaze. However, he did not dare to ignore Xia Jie's question. Based on the conversation between Yun Qin Yan's subordinate and the middle-aged man in front of him, Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. He was certain the middle-aged man was from the Xia clan, the clan of his wife, Ker, in her past life. Duan Lingtian did not think it was a coincidence that the middle-aged man was here. 99 heavenly veins. At this moment, Xia Jie, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, cried out in surprise, as though he had discovered a new continent. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were taken aback by Xia Jie's words. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Jie in confusion. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, looked at Xia Jie in surprise. He did not expect Xia Jie to be able to tell that he had 99 heavenly veins. According to Hua Lao, the three-legged golden crow, the saint veins in the Saint Province realm were called heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Moreover, heavenly veins had a greater impact on celestials than those in the mundane realms. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the impact of heavenly veins on celestials in the Devata realms. However, in the mundane realms, the benefits of having 99 heavenly veins were not as obvious as the benefits of having 99 heavenly veins. Perhaps, as Hua Lao had said, it was because the strength in the mundane realms was too weak. At the same time, Xia Jie seemed to realize he had lost his composure. He calmed himself down before he said, "You're a good-looking man, but you're too weak. It's a sin that you and Shui became Tao partners after she was reincarnated. You even had a daughter with her." Shui. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Jie's words. He looked at Xia Jie with a burning gaze as he asked, "Senior, is Ker doing well?" Based on Xia Jie's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian was referring to his wife, Ker. Ker. Xia Jie was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His niece had told him that her name in this life was Ker. Her cultivation partner in the mundane realm had also called her that. "She's under house arrest now. Do you think she'll recover?" Xia Jie snapped as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. "House arrest?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed. "Yun Qin Yan put Ker under house arrest." "Yun Qin Yan?" Xia Jie snorted and said disdainfully, "That brat is from the Yun family. He doesn't have the guts to put the little princess of the Xia family under house arrest. The one who put Shui under house arrest is her father, your old-fashioned father-in-law." When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian knew Ker's father was the father of Ker's previous life, Xianing Shui. However, now that Ker had regained her memories, it meant she was Xianing Shui, and Xianing Shui was her. "All right, I don't have much time, so I'll make it short." Xia Jie did not beat around the bush as he said, "I'm here because Shui asked me to. I didn't expect to run into Yun Qingyan, who sent his men to kill you. You're lucky. If I came any later, you'd be dead by now. Shui asked me to tell you that your family and friends are safe. They've escaped Yun Qingyan's control and have gone to the Xia family. However, although they've escaped Yun Qingyan's control and gone to the Xia family, my elder brother, Shui's father, has no intention of letting them go. He intends to use your family and friends to threaten Shui and force her to marry Yun Qingyan. Xia Jie said, "What?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Xia Jie's words. He said angrily, "How can there be such a bastard of a father? That's his biological daughter. Moreover, his daughter already has a husband and a daughter in this life. How can he force her to marry someone else? Damn it! Damn it!" Duan Lingtian became hysterical when he spoke. It was as though he had lost his mind. From the beginning until the end, Xia Jie watched silently as Duan Lingtian threw a tantrum. However, his gaze that was hidden under his messy hair was a little strange. Duan Lingtian knew. When Tang Xiaoxiao saw the peculiar expression on Xia Jie's face and recalled that Duan Lingtian seemed to have insulted Xia Jie's elder brother, she felt slightly anxious. She was afraid Xia Jie would vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. "Haha, well said, well said." Tang Xiaoxiao was about to persuade Duan Lingtian when Xia Jie's hearty laughter interrupted her. "That fellow is a bastard. A damn bastard. I've been wanting to scold him for a long time. Bastard." At this moment, Xia Jie was venting the emotions that he had suppressed for many years. He had long held a grudge against his elder brother. However, it was his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family. Not only was Tang Xiaoxiao shocked by Xia Jie's sudden outburst, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Both of them stared at Xia Jie in a daze. After a while, Xia Jie seemed to realize he had lost his composure, so he calmed down. "Not bad, not bad. Boy, you're not bad at all." At the same time, Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian with a satisfied expression on his face. "Your father-in-law doesn't acknowledge you as his son-in-law, but your third uncle acknowledges you as his niece-in-law. Compared to Yun Qingyan, I like you more." "Third uncle?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback. "Look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shui, his third uncle, Xia Jie. I'm also the third master of the Xia family." Xia Jie introduced himself. "You can just call me third uncle like Shui." Yes, third uncle." Duan Lingtian did not expect that his loss of composure earlier, where he scolded his father-in-law whom he had never met, would be acknowledged by his third uncle. This was a good start for him. At the very least, not everyone in Kerr's family was against him. He had his own supporters as well. "Although I like you more and hope you can be with Shui. To be honest, there's nothing I can do to help you. My eldest brother is used to having the final say. If you want to gain his approval, you'll have to rely on yourself." When Xia Jie saw the hint of joy in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, he threw a bucket of cold water on him. The spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms is about to close, so I'll have a long story to tell you. After calculating the time, Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Currently, Kerr is under house arrest by her father. Her father has also taken her spatial ring. Perhaps that's why Yun Qingyan dares to send someone to kill you. After all, since the spatial ring has been taken away, it means she won't know if your soul pearl has shattered or not. Otherwise, Yun Qingyan wouldn't have dared to risk her life. After all, with Shui's temper, if she finds out you're dead, she won't live alone." Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had wondered why Yun Qingyan dared to send someone to kill him. Was he not worried Kerr would do something crazy if she found out he was dead? As it turned out, the spatial ring where his soul pearl was kept had been taken away by Kerr's father. It was obvious that Yun Qingyan knew about this, which was why he had sent people to kill him. Although my bastard brother plans to use your family and friends to threaten Shui, or into marrying Yunqing Yen, something big has happened in the Divine Offering Land recently, so he won't be able to deal with it for the time being. In 3 days, the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed. It'll be closed for about 1,000 years. During this time, there will be many things happening in the Divine Offering Land, so Shui will be safe. However, after 1,000 years, when the matter in the Divine Offering Land is settled, I'm afraid my bastard brother will bring up the matter again. At that time, if you don't have the strength to win his approval, I'm afraid, Shui, I will have no choice but to marry Yunqing Yen if she can't withstand the pressure from him. Xiajie paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Third uncle, you mean I only have 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. Naturally, he knew what Xiajie meant. That's right. You only have 1,000 years. Xiajie nodded. If you still can't gain his approval after 1,000 years, I'm afraid, Shui, won't be fated to be with you. 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian had only lived for a few decades in this life and had not even lived for 100 years, he still felt a great pressure. After all, he knew he might not be able to gain Ker's father's approval, even if he was as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Third uncle, what's the Divine Offering Land? Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. Yunqing Yen had casually sent a servant from the Yun clan to force Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This meant the people in the Divine Offering Land were generally very powerful. The Divine Offering Land is separated from the mundane realms and Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Xiajie seemed to have expected Duan Lingtian to ask this question, so he was not surprised. He quickly explained, "You'll learn about this when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm. As for other information about the Divine Offering Land, it'll only be a burden to you, even if I tell you about it. Therefore, I won't say much about it." Xiajie paused for a moment before explaining to Duan Lingtian. "Naturally, you'll be able to learn about it when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm." Chapter 2544. Shui has asked me to come and see you, and I've told you everything I need to tell you. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will close in 3 days, so I have to return as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'll have to wait for 1,000 years before I can return, Xiajie said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope to see you in the Divine Offering Land when the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms opens again after 1,000 years. At that time, I hope you'll be strong enough to gain Shui's father's approval. After Xiajie finished speaking, he casually raised his hand and tore a tear in space before he prepared to leave. Third uncle, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something important when he saw Xiajie leaving in a hurry. Is it true that heavenly emperors will definitely die if they enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian did not forget what Yunyi had told him. Senior Feng Qingyang, who had left behind the inheritance for him, was forced into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. The Azura Hell? Xiajie's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've entered that place once, but I only dared to move around the periphery. I didn't dare to go too deep based on how dangerous the Azura Hell is. I'm afraid there are only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who managed to come out alive. Xiajie said, swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately when he heard Xiajie's words. At the same time, he realized Yunyi was not exaggerating. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Similarly, there were 81 heavenly emperors. Based on Xiajie's words, only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms managed to come out alive after entering the Azura Hell. Based on Yun Ye's words, Feng Qingyang was only ranked in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was far from the top 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At this moment, the last trace of hope in the depths of his heart was shattered. After his hopes were dashed, a strong sense of self-blame rose from the depths of his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. I'm in a hurry to return to the world of divine remains. I don't have much time left, so I can't help you much. At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Initially, bringing you back to the divine offering land would be more beneficial to you. However, if you're discovered by my elder brother or that boy from the Yun family, you'll definitely die. For this reason, I can't let you take the risk. Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Then he raised his hand and 2 items appeared in his hand before he passed them to Duan Lingtian. That's all I can help you with. When you ascend to a Devata realm, don't be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool. Try to temper your 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. It'll only be beneficial to you. Boy, I look forward to seeing you again in the divine offering land. I hope you won't disappoint me and Shui. After Xia Jie passed the 2 items to Duan Lingtian, he left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Immediately after, the spatial crack that he had just torn open also gradually closed up. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses after the tear in space closed. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 items Xia Jie had left for him. The 2 items were a sword and a dark green jade token that was shrouded in a mysterious light. At the same time, the snake-like cracks in space gradually closed, returning the entire space to its original tranquility. Phew! Tang Xiao, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had accompanied Duan Lingtian to the gates of hell. She had almost been killed by Yunyi. Wait for me. Duan Lingtian did not look at the 2 items in his hand. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists before he let out a roar that shook space. It was as though he was trying to vent the frustration in his chest. Tang Xiao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. When Tang Xiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Can you tell me more about you and your wife?" At this moment, Tang Xiao found out Duan Lingtian had a wife and a child. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. When Duan Lingtian told Tang Xiao about his relationship with his wife, Tang Xiao could not help but sigh before she comforted him. She comforted him and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely reunite with your wife." Didn't Senior Xia Jie say that? You still have 1,000 years to live. It hasn't even been 100 years since you started cultivating in this lifetime. I believe that if you were given another 1,000 years, you would definitely have the strength to gain the approval of your father-in-law. Tang Xiao comforted him. Although Tang Xiao comforted Tang Xiao, she did not think the same way. Naturally, it was not that she did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law in 1,000 years. However, she did not think it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he was still very strong. However, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, his strength was only comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Although Xia Jie did not say how strong Duan Lingtian would have to be to gain the approval of his father-in-law, Tang Xiao was certain Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law. However, in her opinion, Duan Lingtian would have to be stronger than a group of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. After all, the person from before was also a servant of the Yun family from the world of divine remains. He was even stronger than most of the heavenly emperors. Even with Duan Lingtian's current foundation, it would still be difficult for him to become stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms in 1,000 years. Yes, although Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xiao was trying to comfort him, he still nodded solemnly. There was no turning back for him at this moment. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether he would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law, he would have to make a trip to the divine offering land. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not allow his wife to marry another man. In the next few days, Tang Xiao stayed by Duan Lingtian's side and accompanied Duan Lingtian back to Earth. They spent a few days on Earth. Duan Lingtian had not returned to Earth for several decades. The changes on Earth were so great that he did not even dare to imagine it. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood due to the appearance of Yun Yi and Xia Jie in the divine offering land a few days ago. For this reason, after spending a few days on Earth, Duan Lingtian decided to leave with Tang Xiao. They planned to leave Yanhuang realm and return to the Saint Province realm through the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, in the divine offering land. After Yun Yi fled in a sorry state from Xia Jie, he immediately returned to the divine offering land and the Yun family. Young Master. When Yun Yi saw Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, he only had time to greet Yun Qingyan before he was interrupted by Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan smiled and said, "Yun Yi, since you're back, I'm sure Duan Lingtian is dead. You've done a good job." Yun Qingyan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Yun Yi. From the beginning until the end, he did not think Yun Yi would fail. Although Yun Yi was not as strong as him, he was comparable to the strongest heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. With such strength, it would be easy for Yun Yi to kill a brat from the mundane realms. "Young master, I failed." Yun Yi bowed before Yun Qingyan and said hesitantly, "Young master, I failed." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the area fell silent in an instant. Yun Yi looked at Yun Qingyan, who had a frozen smile on his face. He was so nervous that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. What happened? Yun Qingyan finally spoke. His voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, the calmer Yun Yi was, the more nervous he became. He knew his young master would only react in such a manner when he was extremely angry. Lord Xia Jie intervened. Yun Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Yun Qingyan's question. He quickly recounted everything that had happened. "At that time, I was about to kill Duan Lingtian, but Lord Xia Jie appeared at the critical moment and protected Duan Lingtian. Young master, I'm sorry for being useless." As he finished speaking, Yun Yi lowered his head like a child that had made a mistake. "Since Uncle Xia Jie appeared to protect that brat, you can't be blamed for this." Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes. As a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, why would he appear in the mundane realm and protect that brat? Did he know I would send someone to kill that brat? I remember. Only the two of us know about this. Yun Qingyan looked at Yun Yi as he spoke. The way he looked at Yun Yi was not because he doubted him. Yun Yi had been with the Yun family for many years and could be considered an elder of the Yun family. Moreover, even if Yun Yi wanted to betray him, he would not betray him for a brat from the mundane realm. He merely thought it was a coincidence. "Young master, is it possible that Miss Ning Shui asked Xia Jie to protect Duan Lingtian?" Yun Yi glanced at Yun Qingyan cautiously before he voiced his guess. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes when he heard Yun Ye's words. Even if Xia Jie wanted to protect Duan Lingtian, he would only be able to do so until the spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms closes. Chapter 2545. In the Xia family of the divine offering land, in a heavily guarded courtyard, the flowers were lush and the air was fresh. One could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. It was like the ethereal sound of a valley. It was very pleasant to the ears. In a quiet room at the back of the courtyard, a white figure was sitting cross-legged on an ice bed that was emitting dense, cold air. This was a woman. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and possessed a devastatingly beautiful face that caused everything in her surroundings to seem to be overshadowed by her. She sat there quietly as though she had become one with the ice bed beneath her. Her body was constantly emitting dense, cold air. It was as if she was not a living person, but an ice sculpture. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that she was a beautiful woman. At that instant, this peerless beauty in a snow-white dress had her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted together. Her perfect and flawless cheeks twitched slightly as if she was enduring some sort of pain. At the same time, the aura that extended from her body was constantly changing and becoming stronger. Schwer. Only when a vigorous voice sounded from outside did the white-clothed lady, who was sitting cross-legged on the ice bed, relax her pair of willowy eyebrows. At the same time, she opened her tightly shut eyes. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The woman who had opened her eyes was even more radiant than when she had closed her eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the white-clad woman disappeared from the ice bed. She opened the door of the quiet room with a bang and went to the backyard outside the quiet room. In the backyard, a sloppy, middle-aged man stood there. The middle-aged man had his messy hair draped behind his back, revealing a square face. He had big eyes and eyebrows, and as he stood there, he exuded a dignified aura. Third uncle. The fairy-like woman in white didn't care about the middle-aged man's unkempt appearance at all. She immediately flew forward and held the middle-aged man's arm. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you seen Brother Tian?" As soon as the woman said this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and waves of excitement appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You little girl," third uncle rushed over to you as soon as he returned. "You didn't even ask if third uncle was tired. Instead, you asked me if I saw that brat. It seems that third uncle's position in your heart is far inferior to that brat. Sigh, girls are extroverted. Girls are extroverted." The unkempt, middle-aged man was none other than Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia clan from the Divine Offering Land. After all, Xia Jia had just returned to the Divine Offering Land from the Devata realms. He managed to return before the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closed. "Third uncle, you're teasing Schwa." Or again. The woman's beautiful cheeks blushed shyly as she said with some embarrassment, All right. Third uncle won't tease you anymore." Xia Jia shook his head. Then his expression turned solemn as he said, "I saw that brat. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yun Qing Yan's men." "What?" The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Xia Jia's words. Her eyes that were originally calm were instantly filled with rage. Yun Qing Yan. How dare he send men to kill Brother Tian? The woman was none other than Duan, Ling Tian's wife, Ker. She was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xianing Shui. "That brat must have heard that your father had imprisoned you and took your spatial ring." Xia Jia paused for a moment before he said, "That brat must have heard about your father taking away your spatial ring." Xia Jia paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I suspect that your father intentionally let him know that your spatial ring was taken away so that he could use Yun Qing Yan to get rid of that brat." Xia Jia could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. He knew very well how much his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, disliked that brat from the mundane realm. Back then, when his elder brother found out that his niece had reincarnated and found a husband and gave birth to a daughter, he was furious. He had almost left the Divine Offering Land and went to the mundane realm to hunt that brat down. "Father!" Ker's eyes were filled with rage, but she did not know how to vent her anger. After all, that person was her father. Apart from being Ker, she was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xianing Shui. "Third uncle," is Brother Tian all right? Kerr asked worriedly. Don't worry, he's fine. Xia Jie shook his head. Apart from that, I've also told him that the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed for 1,000 years. In the next 1,000 years, your father will have many things to do, so he won't be able to arrange your marriage with Yun Qinyan. However, when the matter of the Divine Offering Land is over, your father will definitely bring up the matter again and force you to submit to him. I've already told that Brad about all this. He's a person with a strong will. Perhaps a miracle will happen in 1,000 years. When Xia Jie reached the end of his sentence, he found it hard to believe his own words. Previously, when they were in the mundane realm, he had told Duan Lingtian to strive to obtain the approval of his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, after 1,000 years. However, he did not think it was possible. A miracle? Kerr smiled bitterly when she heard Xia Jie's words. Third uncle, although Brother Tian's innate talent and fortuitous encounters are good, it's impossible for him to obtain the approval of father in just 1,000 years. Shui, you must trust him. I'm sure he wants you to trust him as well, Xia Jie said. I trust you. Of course I believe in him, but this time I won't let him bear this burden alone. Kua looked at Xia Jie and said, Third uncle, since the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms has been closed, it's impossible for people from the Divine Offering Land to go to the Devata realms or the mundane realms through the Devata realms. Once the spatial tunnel is closed, Father won't keep me under house arrest anymore. At that time, I want to go to the realm battlefield. A hint of determination flashed in Kerr's eyes when she finished speaking. Swoosh! However, as soon as Ku'er's voice fell, Xia Jie's expression changed and he shook his head. He shook his head and said, No, you can't go to the realm battlefield. Put aside the fact that you haven't recovered to the level you were in your past life. Even if you've recovered, it's still very dangerous for you to go to the realm battlefield. I don't agree. I don't agree, Xia Jie said resolutely. Third uncle, if you don't agree, no one will help me. Kerr smiled bitterly and said, Third uncle, I really don't want Brother Tian to bear this burden alone. He's done enough for me in the past. Now that I have a chance to change my fate, I'll give it a try no matter what. If I don't try this time, I'll regret it in 1,000 years. Ku'er looked at Xia Jie with an unshakable gaze. You little girl. This was the first time Xia Jie had seen his niece so serious. She was so serious that he did not know how to continue insisting on his decision. In the end, he sighed and said, You should think about it again. That's the realm battlefield we're talking about. No one will show mercy to you there. The spatial tunnel from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms was closed because the realm battlefield in the Divine Offering Land was about to open. The Divine Offering Land was a realm that was separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Apart from the Divine Offering Land, there were other realms created by supreme powerhouses. Every 10,000 years, the planes created by these supreme masters would meet in pairs. At that time, the realm battlefield would open. Both realms would send people out to fight it out in the realm battlefield. Once the realm battlefield opened, it would last for 1,000 years. Whether it was the people from the Divine Offering Land or other realms, if they wanted to raise their strength quickly, they would have to enter the realm battlefield. In the realm battlefield, they would be able to raise their strength in a short time through combat and various opportunities. Naturally, there were risks associated with great rewards. There were people dying in the realm battlefield almost every second. Third uncle, there's no need to think about it. I've thought about it. If I want to regain my strength or even surpass my strength in 1,000 years, the only way is to enter the realm battlefield, Kerr said as she shook her head. Although I believe in Brother Tian, I hope to be able to fight alongside him in 1,000 years. Ku'er's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In fact, although she said so, she didn't really think so in her heart. After all, If Brother Tian was strong enough to gain her father's approval after 1,000 years, she had to be strong. For this reason, she had to become stronger so that she could change her fate after 1,000 years. In her past life, she was willing to end her own life in order to break up the marriage. However, she did not expect her father would not approve of her even if she ended her life in her past life. Her father still insisted on marrying her to Yun Qin Yen. She had too many things to worry about in this life. For this reason, she could not end her own life like she did in her past life. She wanted to enter the realm battlefield and fight for her future. Even if she died in the realm battlefield, she would have no regrets. At the very least, she tried her best. Brother Tian, this time, Kerr won't let you be alone. No matter how difficult this journey is, Kerr will go with you. We'll live and die together. Chapter 2546. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on in the Divine Offering Land. He also didn't know that K'er was preparing to enter the extremely dangerous planar battlefield, all for the sake of obtaining the strength to change both their fates after 1,000 years. If he knew about this, he would be so worried that he would want to grow a pair of wings and fly to the Divine Offering Land to stop Kerr. A month later, Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiao back to the Cost Galaxy. Although Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao had traveled at full speed from the Cost Galaxy to the Milky Way, it had taken them 3 months to reach the Milky Way. However, it only took him a month to bring Tang Xiao back to the Cost Galaxy. This time, the reason why he took so much less time was because he had comprehended the 13 Green Lotus swords to the extreme and completely grasped the 13 Green Lotus swords. That was why his speed had increased so much. After all, Duan Lingtian, who had mastered the 13 Green Lotus swords, was as strong as a golden celestial in the Devata realms. I wonder if the people in this galaxy have forgotten about us. Tang Xiao muttered to herself as they made their way to the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy. Back then, she and Duan Lingtian were attacked by 18 disaster-level battleships from the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. The scene had been broadcasted to the entire Cost Galaxy. At that time, she had already used her divine sense to investigate this clearly. At that time, there were not many people in the Cost Galaxy who did not know about Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao. That's the 2 cultivators from a few months ago. Heavens, why are they here again? Why are they here again? What are they trying to do? When Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao appeared near the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel, many people recognized them. They could not help but panic. It was as though they were ferocious beasts. It seems like they haven't forgotten about us. Tang Xiao smiled. One of the people from the Cost Galaxy, who was standing nearby, heard Tang Xiao's words, and his mouth twitched. This female cultivator seemed to be surprised that the people of the Cost Galaxy had not forgotten about them. What a joke! Even if a few years had passed, the people of the Cost Galaxy would never forget these 2 cultivators, let alone a few months after all. The young man among the 2 cultivators had destroyed a disaster-level battleship with a single strike. Moreover, he had walked out of the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships unscathed. This was the first time in the history of the Cost Galaxy that such a terrifying cultivator had appeared. The incident that happened a few months ago had already been recorded in the Cost Galaxy's historical records. The title of the record was as follows: A Godlike Man. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao disappear into the interstellar transportation formation, the people from the Cost Galaxy heaved a sigh of relief. So they were just passing by. I was scared to death just now. However, I really didn't expect that we would be able to see them with our own eyes. Compared to what we saw in the projection, what we saw just now was much more vivid, and their auras were much stronger. That's right. I didn't even dare to breathe when I saw them earlier. Due to the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao, the entire Cost Galaxy was in an uproar. It was only after they confirmed that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were just passing by that the Kost galaxy calmed down. Based on this, one could see how powerful Duan Lingtian was in the Kost galaxy. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything since it was nothing to be proud of. After all, it was only a galaxy ruled by an SS-grade technological civilization. An SSS-grade technological civilization that stood at the pinnacle of technological civilization in Yanhuang realm had an apocalypse-level battleship. This type of galaxy represented the strongest technological civilization in Yanhuang realm. The galaxies ruled by technological civilizations were categorized into SSS grade, SS grade, S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade. The Milky Way was a galaxy ruled by an A-grade technological civilization, since the most advanced technological civilization in the Milky Way was only an A-grade technological civilization. It was 2 grades lower than the Kost galaxy. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased again. Even when Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Kost galaxy, he did not feel pressured at all when he faced a galaxy ruled by an SSS-grade technological civilization. This was because even the apocalypse-level battleships that such galaxies relied on to survive would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. After all, his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. Duan Lingtian, on our way back to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, will have to pass by the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy, where the Tang sect is located. I want to visit the old ancestor and return the star chart to him. Tang Xiaoxiao told Duan Lingtian as they passed through the interstellar transportation formations. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Since it's on the way, I'll follow you back to the Tang sect. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao to return to the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy that was ruled by the Tang sect. The interstellar teleportation array was located on the mother planet of the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy, planet Shutang. Tang Xiaoxiao was in a good mood when she first returned. However, when Tang Xiaoxiao returned to the Tang sect and saw Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, she learned something from him. Her expression changed drastically. The old ancestor is dead? When Tang Xiaoxiao learned from Tang Chong that Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, had died, she was on the verge of breaking down. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, making her look extremely pitiful. What happened? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw the anger and unwillingness in Tang Chong's eyes when he mentioned this matter to Tang Xiaoxiao. It's the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. He made a move. Tang Chong smiled wryly. He said, "We broke the engagement and made fun of the heavenly wave mansion. For this reason, he killed Elder Yi to punish us for breaking the engagement. I didn't expect the old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would personally make a move." Tang Chong was furious and resentful when he finished speaking. However, no matter how angry he was or how unwilling he was, it was of no use after all. The old ancestor was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Tang Chong finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao crying. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were red from crying, and she looked very pitiful. She turned to look at him with a cold gleam in her eyes. Naturally, her gaze was not directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. "Duan Lingtian, help me kill him." "As long as you help me kill him, my life is yours," Tang Xiaoxiao said through gritted teeth. She seemed to have lost her mind as she glared at Duan Lingtian. To Tang Xiaoxiao, Tang Zhong, he was not only her ancestor, but he was also the one who had taken care of her as she grew up. He treated her like his own granddaughter. As for her, she also considered Tang Zhongyi as her biological grandfather. Now that she knew that Tang Zhongyi had been killed because of her, her heart was filled with regret. At the same time, she also hated the person who killed Tang Zhongyi to the bone. She wanted to tear the person into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, she knew with her strength she would only be seeking death if she went to the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Therefore, she could only place all her hopes on Duan Lingtian. In order to avenge her family's ancestor, she was even willing to bet her own life. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian did not say anything to comfort Tang Xiaoxiao when he sensed her anger. He knew words would not be as effective as action at this moment. Thank you. As expected, Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, she nodded at Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Then, under Tang Chong's shocked gaze, he took the lead and led the way to the interstellar transportation formation again. Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao through the interstellar transportation formation and left the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy that was ruled by the Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy, the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate was located on the mother planet of the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. It was also where Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were staying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiaoxiao to the estate of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately reacted and flew out in an attempt to intercept them. Swoosh! 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 Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand, and rays of light shot out and killed the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's ruthlessness. However, Duan Lingtian could understand why Tang Xiaoxiao was so angry. Previously, when he went to the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao from the Cost Galaxy, Tang Xiaoxiao had told him a lot about her and her ancestor, Tang Zhongyi. Therefore, he knew about the relationship between Tang Xiaoxiao and her ancestor. Chapter 2547. Someone's trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Who's there? How dare they? It didn't take long for Tang Xiaoxiao to cause a stir in Skywave Prefecture because of her actions. Not long after Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, they were surrounded by a group of people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. More and more people arrived. Initially, there were only a few dozen people, but soon there were several hundred people. Moreover, these people's cultivation bases were quite high. Duan Lingtian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the Heavenly Wave Mansion's cultivation base was at least at the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Among these people, the weakest cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, there were many bodiless celestials with high cultivation bases among these people. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture blocked Tang Xiaoxiao's path. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The black-clad woman was only an eminent celestial, but her strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's she? She's only an eminent celestial, and yet she possesses such strength. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be a nobody. I feel like she looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. The group of people from Skywave Prefecture fixed their eyes on Tang Xiaoxiao and began to talk among themselves. The dagger in her hand. It seems to be a celestial supreme treasure. A bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion exclaimed as he stared at the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. It's indeed a celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, more and more bodiless celestials confirmed that the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the dagger away from Tang Xiaoxiao. while most of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were still focused on the celestial supreme treasure in Tang Xiao Zhao's hand. I remember now. A young disciple of the Skywave Prefecture relaxed his brows and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She's Tang Xiao Xiao. She's Tang Xiao Xiao. I've seen her once. She's Tang Xiao Xiao. He's the #1 figure among the younger generation of the Tang sect. As soon as the young man spoke, many people who found the black-clothed woman familiar were able to confirm her identity. She was Tang Xiao Xiao, the #1 disciple of the Tang sect. Why did Tang Xiao Xiao barge into our Skywave Prefecture? Many disciples of Skywave Prefecture who were not well informed were puzzled. As far as they knew, Tang Xiao Xiao was their young mansion master's fiancé. I'm afraid you don't know that the Tang sect has already cancelled the engagement between Tang Xiao Xiao and our young mansion master. Upon hearing the discussion among the disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion, some of the more well-informed disciples chimed in. That's right, we're in the same boat. For this reason, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion personally killed Tang Zhong, the supreme elder of Tang sect, to punish the Tang sect. Are you serious? Why is the matter so serious? I didn't hear anything about such a big thing. The disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion, who were not well informed, were shocked. Why did Tang Xiao Xiao come to our Skywave Mansion? Is she here to avenge our old ancestor? Many people who knew the relationship between Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Zhong, the supreme elder of Tang sect, who was killed by the Heavenly Wave Mansion's old ancestor, looked at Tang Xiao Xiao as though they were looking at an idiot. Tang Xiao Xiao. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang in the air. Swoosh! Soon after, a young man wearing embroidered clothes with unsteady footsteps appeared in a timely manner. As soon as the young man in embroidered clothes appeared, the people in the vicinity immediately opened up a path for him. At the same time, many people bowed respectfully at him. Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master! Based on the way the people addressed the young man, it was obvious who he was. He was the young mansion master of Skywave Mansion, Yang Yuting. He was also Tang Xiao Zhao's fiancé. What? Tang Xiao Xiao, are you regretting coming to our Skywave Mansion today? You don't want to break the engagement anymore? Yang Yuting looked at Tang Xiao Xiao condescendingly as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was furious when he learned the Tang sect was going to break the engagement. However, when he learned the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhong, he, the supreme elder of Tang sect, who was also Tang Xiao Zhao's old ancestor, he had vented his anger. At that time, he knew it was impossible for him to be with Tang Xiao Xiao. He knew Tang Xiao Zhao's character very well. Since the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhong, she would rather die than marry him. For this reason, he was only teasing Tang Xiao Xiao when he said those words. After all, he could see it. Tang Xiao Xiao had killed many of the patrolling disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion to stir up trouble. It was obvious she knew her old ancestor was killed by the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiao Zhao's eyes turned even redder when she saw Yang Yuting. At the same time, she ignored the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was fighting her and flew toward Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting's expression changed when he saw Tang Xiao Xiao charging toward him. His strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was no match for Tang Xiao Xiao, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure and was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh! 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 However, he sighed in relief when he saw a few figures appearing in front of him. The people standing in front of Yang Yuting were the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After they appeared in front of Yang Yuting, they glared at Tang Xiao Xiao fiercely. Tang Xiao Xiao, surrender. With your strength, you're destined to die for trespassing in the heavenly wave mansion. Kneel down and beg the young master for mercy. Perhaps he'll give you a quick death. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Tang Xiao Xiao as though they were looking at a dead person. Tang Xiao Xiao, you bitch! Are you regretting it now? Who told you to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? It's your blessing that I, Yang Yuting, have taken a liking to you. Not only do you not cherish it, but you even want to break the engagement. You're revolting, Yang Yuting said arrogantly as he stood behind the group of 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Yang Yuting, if you're still a man, step forward and fight me to the death. Tang Xiao Xiao said coldly as she glared at Yang Yuting. Humph! However, Tang Xiao Xiao was met with a disdainful snort from Yang Yuting. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill him with my own hands. Upon hearing Yang Yuting's words, Tang Xiao Xiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and pleaded, help me. HM? When Tang Xiao Xiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion finally realized what was going on. Tang Xiao Xiao was not alone when she trespassed in the Skywave Mansion. She had a companion with her. However, due to Tang Xiao Xiao's strength and the celestial supreme treasure in her hand, they did not notice the purple-clad young man who had trespassed in the Skywave Mansion. Get lost if you don't want to die, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he pointed his finger at the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who were looking at him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A sword ray whizzed out from the tip of his finger. Then it transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it shot toward the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion who were blocking Tang Xiaoxiao's path. The sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword lights whistled through the air, emitting a fierce aura that sent chills down the spines of the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestial spines. One by one, they launched an attack. Boom! 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 However, the attacks of the group of people were unable to withstand a single blow from the ferocious sword rays and were easily defeated. Barf! Barf! The 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were injured by the sword formation. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood as they hurriedly retreated. After all, if they did not retreat, they would be killed by the sword formation. Swoosh! 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 Under the shocked gazes of the disciples from Skywave Mansion, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily repelled the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion and opened a path for Tang Xiaoxiao. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold as she charged toward Yang Yuting. Her face was expressionless when she saw Duan Lingtian opening a path for Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Faced with the ferocious Tang Xiao and Duan Lingtian, he did not have the heart to fight back at all. For this reason, he was at a disadvantage in just a blink of an eye. Die. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao saw an opportunity. The dagger in her hand was like a poisonous snake as it viciously bit toward Yang Yuting's neck. If this attack hit, Yang Yuting would definitely die. Stop! Stop! At this critical moment, 2 urgent roars came from afar at the same time. 2 powerful forces appeared in the sky as they attempted to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. These 2 forces came from 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion. They were about to succeed in stopping Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 2548. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian caused the dimmed sword formation that he had used to pave the way for Tang Xiaoxiao to light up again. They were like bright stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. The thousands of sword lights in the sword formation swallowed and emitted ear-piercing sword whistles. As soon as the sword formation lit up again, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Tang Xiaoxiao and Yang Yuding. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the two forces that were trying to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. Although the two forces were powerful and came from 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials, Duan Lingtian's attack did not last long. However, in front of Duan Lingtian's sword formation, it could only perish together with the sword formation. Both of them disappeared in the air, leaving behind waves of energy that swept out in all directions. Rip, rip, rip. At the same time, terrifying spatial cracks appeared in space. They were like huge pythons that swung their huge bodies. It was extremely vivid and terrifying. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he should be able to easily defeat the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, since Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure or cast the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, his strength was only comparable to the full strength attack of an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was just enough to withstand the attacks of 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Stop! How dare you! The 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials who had rushed over did not even have the time to see who had blocked their attacks. They glared at Tang Xiaoxiao and shouted at her. Slash! However, Tang Xiaoxiao ignored their cries and stabbed the dagger in her hand into Yang Yuting's throat. Yang Yuting, who had lost all will to fight, was instantly killed. After killing Yang Yuting, she didn't seem to be satisfied yet. She activated her power and destroyed Yang Yuting's body, leaving nothing behind. Although Yang Yuting was not the one who had killed her ancestor, she was the one who had killed him. In her opinion, if Yang Yuting did not insist on marrying her, none of this would have happened. Yang Yuting was the culprit who indirectly caused the death of her ancestor. It could even be said that she was the culprit. Gasp! 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 When the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion saw Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, being killed, they could not help but gasp in unison. The 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials who had just arrived was especially shocked. It was not hard to imagine that when the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture found out that the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture had died in front of them, he would not let them off so easily. How dare you kill our young mansion master? You're seeking death. Die. The 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion were so focused on redeeming themselves that they completely ignored Duan Lingtian, who had stopped them earlier. They charged toward Tang Xiaoxiao as their energy surged. Tang Xiaoxiao must die. Most of the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion thought to themselves. Although Tang Xiaoxiao's companion had stopped the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion, they could tell he was only a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. That person's strength was only at the level of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He should also be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial stop the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion? Tang Xiaoxiao remained calm when she saw the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials charging at her. It was as though she was not afraid at all. I'd like to see who's courting death. Duan Lingtian said coldly when he saw the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion flying toward Tang Xiaoxiao. Their attacks were like huge hammers that were about to land on her. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, More than 10 afterimages appeared on the sword formation beneath his feet before they gathered together and brought him to Tang Xiaoxiao's side at the fastest speed possible. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that the two 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not even have time to react. It was only when they saw a flash of light in front of them that their expressions changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. The two 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions changed drastically when the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Not only did it defeat the two 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, but it also killed them in just a blink of an eye. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The two 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed instantly. How's this possible? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to react. When they saw the person beside Tang Xiao killing the two 7 tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye, they broke out in cold sweat. These people were the ones who had blocked Yang Yuting's path earlier. It was Duan Lingtian who had forced them to retreat. They could only imagine if the purple-clad young man next to Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't shown them any mercy, they would have been killed by his sword. Who's he? Is he Tang Xiaoxiao's helper? No wonder Tang Xiaoxiao dares to come to the Heavenly Wave Mansion alone. She's fearless. She knows there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but she still dares to come here. Does this mean the purple-clad young man beside her is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After a few moments, the other people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses as well. Apart from fear, they looked at Duan Lingtian in fear. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion felt chills running down their spines when they heard their discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were looking at Duan Lingtian with dread in their eyes. After a while, an earth-shattering roar rang from the depths of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. Accompanying this furious roar was the sound of a swift wind whistling. Whoosh! A moment later, another person appeared in everyone's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build and a square face. He had a dignified air about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Lord Mansion Master! Lord Mansion Master! Seeing the newcomer, the group of people from Skywave Prefecture bowed to him respectfully. The Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Based on the way the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion addressed the newcomer, he was certain of the newcomer's identity. It was Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Tang Xiaoxiao, how dare you kill my son? Yang Qingjian ignored the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who bowed respectfully at him. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao fiercely as soon as he appeared. Obviously, before he came, he already knew who killed his son, Yang Yuting, before he came here. This was normal. Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, possessed his son, Yang Yuting's soul pearl. Naturally, he would know about Yang Yuting's death immediately. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene of Yang Yuting's death through a special Dao talisman. Because of that, he already knew it was Tang Xiaoxiao who killed his son before he came here. So what if I did? Facing the question of Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture, Tang Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "When that old guy from Heavenly Wave Prefecture killed my ancestor, you should have expected such a thing." You. Yang Qingjian was furious when he heard her words. However, he did not do anything in the end. As the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he was not stupid. Since Tang Xiao dared to enter the Heavenly Wave Mansion and act so arrogantly in front of him, she must have something to rely on. Naturally, it was the purple-clad young man next to her. This purple-clad young man is most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now, not only did the surrounding people of Skywave Prefecture think so, but even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, also thought so. If the purple-clad young man was not a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, how could Tang Xiao be so confident? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the base of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. When they arrived, they learned what had happened from a group of people from Skywave Prefecture. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Sir, at this moment, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked sincerely, "May I know what benefits the Tang sect has promised you for helping them?" I, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, am willing to promise you that no matter what benefits the Tang sect promised you, the Heavenly Wave Mansion will pay you double. I only hope that you won't interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and the Tang sect. It was obvious Yang Qingjian thought Duan Lingtian was an external help from the Tang sect. At this moment, everyone, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, thought Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, if they used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian, it would only take them a short time to discover Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Chapter 2549. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was the pinnacle of the mundane realm. In the eyes of the mundane realm, 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were invincible. They were like gods. 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were not to be humiliated. This was the law of the mundane realm. No one dared to probe a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with their divine consciousness, since they would offend them. Even 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials would not probe each other with their divine consciousness unless it was necessary. For this reason, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the others from the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not dare to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness, since they were afraid of angering Duan Lingtian. Do you think that the Tang sect promised me something in return for my help? And that's why I came here with Tang Xiao. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Yang Qingjian's words. Is that not the case? Yang Qingjian had an ominous feeling when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. However, he could not figure it out. It had been many years since Tang sect had a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they did not promise Duan Lingtian something, why would Duan Lingtian come with them and interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and Tang sect? Ask your 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to come out. Duan Lingtian did not answer Yang Qingjian's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Yang Qingjian to summon the old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture. Gasp! Yang Qingjian inhaled sharply when he saw Duan Lingtian's fearless attitude. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian was up to no good. He quickly crushed a communication jade token to inform the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yang Qingjian crushed the communication jade token, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the northeast of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. At this very moment, he could faintly sense a powerful aura rising from there. Moreover, it was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Although I don't know the 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of them. Just as Duan Lingtian looked towards the northeast, an old but vigorous voice sounded from that direction. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Whoosh! Almost at the same time as the old yet vigorous voice sounded, an old and elderly figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Ancestor. The group of bodiless celestials, led by Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, bowed to the newcomer. Ancestor. Those from the Skywave Prefecture, who had only heard of the old man but had never seen him before, also came to their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man was the guardian of Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He nodded at the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. The old man and Duan Lingtian stood facing each other. All of a sudden, all the people from Skywave Prefecture held their breaths. After all, both of them were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. There's no need for a dead man to know my name. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duan Lingtian would reveal his background when the old ancestor of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial asked him about it. The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no need for him to be so arrogant. After all, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Dead man? Me. The old man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he sneered and said, Sir, I know all the powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang Realm. Even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang Realm, the Gongsun clan, doesn't dare to say he's capable of killing me. However, based on your words, it seems like you're confident you can kill me. The sneer on the old man's face deepened. How naive. Does he really think the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is a pushover? We're both 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Does he really think he's invincible? Soon after, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was arrogant. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an arrogant and conceited person. Humph! Faced with the old man's sneer and the mockery from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath. He merely snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, he made his move as well. Swoosh! 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 Another series of rapid and ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. The energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed before it broke out of his body and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that condensed into a sword formation. Moreover, it brought out more than 10 afterimages as it charged toward the old man. This time, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. Apart from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the technique granted to him by the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords were the profundity of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Its power is only comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, smirked disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian's sword formation had yet to merge with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, the sneer on his face froze in just a blink of an eye. This was because Duan Lingtian's sword formation had merged with a dozen or so afterimages behind it, causing an even more terrifying energy to erupt. Before the power even got close to him, he already felt like he was suffocating. How's this possible? The disdain in the eyes of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was replaced by fear and panic. At the same time, he took out a 7-foot-long spear and thrust it forward with a swoosh. A celestial supreme treasure? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from heavenly wave mansion. However, he did not care much about it. Submission of all soldiers. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a mysterious aura from the sword formation that was charging toward the 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from heavenly wave mansion, and snatched the celestial supreme treasure from the 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from heavenly wave mansion. What's going on? The 9 tribulation bodiless, celestial from heavenly wave mansion, was shocked when he was injured and his celestial supreme treasure was snatched away. He did not expect this. His celestial supreme treasure would be snatched away so easily. Who on earth was this purple-clad young man? What kind of skill did he use? Bang, 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 bang. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was, after all, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He quickly recovered from the shock of losing his celestial supreme treasure. He opened his hands, and a 7-foot-long spear formed by his strength appeared. It continued to pierce the void and meet the sword formation. Chi, 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 chi. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's sword formation or the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the heavenly wave mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they left terrifying cracks in the void when they moved. It was as though the cracks in the void were serpents. However, compared to the void cracks created by the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion, the void cracks created by Duan Lingtian's sword formation were narrower and more ferocious. In fact, they were twice as long as the void cracks created by the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. Swish, 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sword formation had met the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. Without any pause, Duan Lingtian's sword formation defeated the attack of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion with just one strike. The sword formation enveloped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion and drowned him like a flood. No, before he died, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion could only let out a mournful cry. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the aftershock of the battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion began to wreak havoc in the inner mansion of heavenly wave mansion. In the blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of heavenly wave mansion had been turned upside down. In just a blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of heavenly wave mansion had been turned into ruins. Not only that, some of the heavenly wave mansion's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were injured and sent flying. Even some of the stronger cultivators were retreating far away as if they were avoiding the god of pestilence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the aftershock of the battle dissipated, only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Everyone present finally saw the situation in front of them. Not far away, a purple figure stood there. He was like a god, invincible. However, the old ancestor of heavenly wave mansion was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura was gone. Old ancestor. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of heavenly wave mansion, cried out in grief. Surprisingly, he was holding a shattered soul orb in his hand. Old ancestor. He's dead. Another 8 tribulation individual, celestial from heavenly wave prefecture, also cried out in grief. At the same time, he informed the others of heavenly wave prefecture. Chapter 2550. The old ancestor is dead. This isn't a dream, right? No, it's not a dream. It's real. It's real. Heavens! The old ancestor was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye? When the group of people from Skywave Prefecture came back to their senses, they were also shocked out of their wits. They felt like they were in a dream. The old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was one of the strongest beings in the mundane realm. However, in just a blink of an eye, their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died. Is he even human? How could a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial kill our old ancestor so easily? Is he really a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people from Heavenly Wave Mansion shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock. Naturally, most of them were filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was inconceivable to them. If their Supreme Elder, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, did not say anything, they would not have believed that their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died just like that. In fact, before this, in their eyes, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was like a god to them. The ancestor of Heavenly Wave Prefecture was a godlike existence, the guardian of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. They had never thought that someone could kill the ancestor of their Skywave Prefecture. Whoosh! The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, knelt in the direction of the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy, where Tang's sect was located. Old ancestor, did you see that? The old man who killed you is dead. You should be able to rest in peace now. Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. Unknowingly, her beautiful cheeks were once again stained with tears. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Duan Lingtian sighed and consoled her. All right. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and stood up. Let's go. After standing up, Tang Xiaoxiao greeted Duan Lingtian and planned to leave with Duan Lingtian. Hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He couldn't help glancing at the people from Skywave Prefecture. As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, all of them turned pale when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This purple-clad young man could even kill a 9-tribulation, scattered celestial ancestor of the Skywave Prefecture. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as cutting chives? Even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the Supreme Elder, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They had already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Killing a 9-tribulation loose immortal was like killing a chicken. It would be as easy as stepping on a group of ants for him to kill them. Since the culprit is dead, we'll let them go as long as they don't stop us from leaving, Tang Xiaoxiao said. She was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. Now that she saw the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looking at Duan Lingtian in a panic, she was even less interested in attacking them. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Tang Xiaoxiao's decision. However, even if Duan Lingtian did not plan to eliminate the root of the problem, he did not want to bring disaster to the Tang sect because of his actions today. After all, Tang sect only had one 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, while Skywave Prefecture had 2 8-tribulation bodiless celestials. Even if it was difficult for Skywave Prefecture to annihilate Tang sect, they would still bring trouble to Tang sect. If the Heavenly Wave Mansion dares to harbor ill intentions toward the Tang sect again, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely return to the Heavenly Wave Mansion and annihilate all of you. Duan Lingtian threatened Yang Qingjian as he looked at Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. Although Yang Qingjian felt humiliated by Duan Lingtian's threat, he gritted his teeth and nodded obediently. The situation was not in his favor. The purple-clad young man was able to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial How could he destroy Skywave Prefecture? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he did not intend to cause trouble for Skywave Prefecture. If that was the case, why would he not agree to it? As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, they did not dare to make a sound. In fact, they sighed in relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, nodding obediently, he turned to look at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, "Let's go." Then, both of them left the Skywave Prefecture's estate. It was not until Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's silhouettes disappeared that the people from Skywave Prefecture finally caught their breaths. "Mansion Master, who's that person? He managed to snatch our ancestor's celestial supreme treasure and killed our ancestor in just a blink of an eye." The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, looked at Yang Qingjian warily. Naturally, the Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture was wary of Duan Lingtian. "I don't know." Yang Qingjian shook his head. His eyes were red as he said in a deep voice, according to him, "His name is Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm before." As the ancestors said, even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm, the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, the Gongsun clan, might not be able to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill him. As he spoke, Yang Qingjian's voice began to tremble slightly. The strength of the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, terrified him. He did not even dare to think about revenge. "Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian." The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture muttered under his breath. Upon hearing Yang Qingjian's words, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, an 8th tribulation individual celestial, muttered to himself. Then he glanced at the people present and asked, "Have any of you heard of this name? Has anyone heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm?" The people from Skywave Prefecture shook their heads immediately. After all, the people from Skywave Prefecture who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had yet to return. Otherwise, they would have connected the Duan Lingtian who had just killed their Supreme Elder with the Duan Lingtian who was famous in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. After all, both Duan Lingtian were sword cultivators and their techniques were the same. "Now, all of you must swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today." At the same time, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, swept his gaze across the group of people from Heavenly Wave Mansion and said in a deep voice, "The lightning penalty oath states that whoever dares to spread word of what happened today will be killed by the lightning penalty oath." Yang Qingjian's tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He did this because he didn't want the news of the ancestors' death to spread out. After all, the Skywave Prefecture's current status was due to their old ancestor, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If news of this spread, it would not affect the Skywave Prefecture in the short term. However, in the long run, they would fall to the level of a first-rate force like the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect could barely be considered to be in the first echelon in Yanhuang realm, it was at the bottom of the first echelon of all the forces in the first echelon. Boom! 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 On this day, the inner mansion of Skywave Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement because of the continuous thunder roaring from the horizon. It lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually died down. However, no matter how Yang Qingjian thought about it, he would never have guessed that before he asked everyone present to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what had happened today. Several people had already secretly spread the news through communication jade slips. It could be said that there were still a lot of fish that had escaped the net who were not present at the scene. By the time Yang Qingjian received the news, half a month had already passed. It was already too late. The old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by a purple-clad young man in front of a group of people, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. The purple-clad young man called himself Duan Lingtian. It's said that Duan Lingtian is a helper hired by the Tang sect. He's with Tang Xiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tang sect. Perhaps he's even stronger than the person from the Gongsun family. The person from the Gongsun clan is widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, even he might not be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in just a blink of an eye. It's said that Duan Lingtian has a very strange technique. The sword formation he cast can even snatch celestial supreme treasures from other people. I've heard about it as well. It's because of this technique that he was able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture. The rumor of Duan Lingtian killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy before it spread to the other galaxies as well. When the news reached the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy, where Tang sect was located, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, was shocked. That Duan Lingtian actually killed that old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Even Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, who had seen many storms in his life, could not help but blurt out in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. Xiao, you've made an amazing friend. Chapter 2551. Duan Lingtian was unaware that half a month after he left the Heavenly Wave Mansion's Heavenly Wave Galaxy, his name had spread to the galaxies around the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In fact, the news was still spreading and spreading out, and all of this was because what he had done was too shocking. In the history of Yanhuang realm, there were many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who died before they ascended to the Devata realms. However, most of them were killed by the heavenly tribulation lightning while they were undergoing their heavenly tribulation. Very few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by others. Even if there were, the ones who killed them were celestials who had returned to the mundane realms from the Devata realms. Such cases were rare in the history of Yanhuang realm. This was because celestials could not return to the mundane realms. Those who could return to the mundane realms were unwilling to do so because they did not want to be tainted by the mundane karma of the mundane realms. For this reason, it was rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to be killed in the mundane realms. For this reason, news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth. It was out of control, simply because everyone felt that this was a rare thing, a shocking and inconceivable thing. Duan Lingtian? Sword formation? Snatching someone's celestial supreme treasure? Some people from Yanhuang realm who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven's Secret zone found out about the young man who had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion familiar. When they inquired further and found out that the young man was wearing purple clothes, had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome, they confirmed it. Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure outside the treasure vault of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. It's him. I can't believe it's him. He actually came to Yanhuang realm? Are you sure it's not the woman next to him? Did he kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial himself? I think he did it himself. Oh my God! I thought only the woman next to him could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it seems like even he can easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's said that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by him. I heard that too. It is said that he snatched the celestial supreme treasure of the heavenly wave prefecture's 9 tribulation, scattered celestial, and killed him. Even if he's only an eminent celestial and his strength is only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, those 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who can't use their celestial supreme treasures are no match for him. After confirming that the person who killed the old ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion was Duan Ling Tian from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, the people who had just come out of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone could not help but feel shocked. Meanwhile, more and more people in Yen Huang realm learned about Duan Ling Tian's background. Duan Ling Tian was not from Yen Huang realm. Instead, he came from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone a celestial. He was only an eminent celestial. Moreover, the woman next to Duan Ling Tian was suspected to be his wife. Her strength was comparable to a celestial, and she could easily kill 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures. When the news about Duan Ling Tian spread in Yen Huang realm, the cultivators in Yen Huang realm were shocked. Heavens! How can there be such a monster in this world? A person from a small mundane realm is capable of displaying such terrifying strength with just the cultivation base of an eminent celestial. In the history of Yen Huang realm, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying eminent celestial before, right? I can't believe he's only an eminent celestial. Have you heard? There's a woman next to him. She easily killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. He's only an eminent celestial, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. It seems like it has something to do with the woman beside him. I remember the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's only an eminent celestial. If Duan Ling Tian uses his soul attack, he should be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Similar discussions continued to spread in various galaxies in Yen Huang realm. It did not take long for the news to spread to the galaxy ruled by the Celestial Masters sect. Duan Ling Tian killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Zhang Yi, one of Duan Ling Tian's friends in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, was shocked when he heard about this. Zhang Yi, it's your fortune to know him. The person who brought the news to Zhang Yi was Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Zhang Yi. Although he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Zhang Chuhi, the left guardian of Dharma in the Celestial Master sect, he had thought Duan Ling Tian's strength was only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that Duan Ling Tian had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion in just a blink of an eye. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion is not as strong as the old ancestor of the Celestial Master sect, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? Shi Zhong thought to himself as he shuddered in fear. It is indeed my good fortune. Upon hearing Shi Zhong's words, Zhang Yi nodded his head in agreement. He felt that he was extremely lucky to be able to befriend someone like Duan Ling Tian. He believed, now that Duan Ling Tian's reputation had spread, even the great ancestor of the Celestial Master's sect would pay special attention to Zhang, and all of this was because he was a friend of the Duan Ling Tian, and someone that the Duan Ling Tian had promised to protect. When he was separated from Duan Ling Tian, the Duan Ling Tian had expressed his stance in front of the right protector. Not long after, reality proved that Zhang Yi was right. Not only did Duan Ling Tian attract the attention of the old ancestor of the Celestial Master sect, but the Celestial Master sect even gave him all the divine abilities and celestial methods in the Devata realms. Naturally, this was all in the future. However, it's just as they said. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He's a bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks as he pleases. As long as he uses soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial, won't be able to withstand it, right? Shi Zhong muttered to himself. Perhaps he doesn't know Duan Lingtian is an eminent celestial? Zhang Yi speculated. Zhang Yi was right. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, had also received news about Duan Lingtian. What? He's only an eminent celestial. When Yang Qingjian found out Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he was so angry that he nearly fainted. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. After all, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he would have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial at that time? The 9-tribulation bodiless, celestial supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion said with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, let alone Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion felt wronged. When the news spread throughout Skywave Prefecture, everyone in the prefecture felt aggrieved. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. The old ancestor died unjustly. He died unjustly. The Heavenly Wave Mansion was filled with mourning. Previously, they had thought Duan Lingtian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a mysterious technique that allowed him to snatch celestial supreme treasures away from the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although they were angry and helpless, they could only accept it. After all, Duan Lingtian was indeed stronger than the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were unwilling to accept this. None of them were willing to accept this. While the Heavenly Wave Mansion was in an uproar, everyone felt wronged. Duan Lingtian had returned to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone with Tang Xiao. Through the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, they had returned to his hometown, the Saint Province Realm. After returning to the Saint Province Realm, Duan Lingtian first inquired about the current situation in the Saint Province Realm. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out the Devil Clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time for the Devil Clans to return to the land of exile. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he hovered in the air above Sin City in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he made a timely announcement to the City of Sin, as well as all the humans and demons around the City of Sin. I, Duan Lingtian, will battle the strongest Devil Clans in a month's time 1,000 miles north of Sin City. Chapter 2552. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread to the City of Sin and into the ears of the humans and demons around the City of Sin. It was like thunder in their ears. After a brief moment of silence, the humans who heard Duan Lingtian's voice broke out in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move. He's finally going to make a move. There's no difference between him making a move and his wife making a move. After Duan Lingtian's wife killed the Patriarch of the Dragons, who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to make a move to expel the devils from the land of exile. I didn't expect them to finally make a move. The Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't manage to expel the devils. There must be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil Clans. Of course, I've heard from some devils that there are 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Devil Clans. What kind of era are we in? Not only are there monsters like Duan Lingtian and his wife, but there are also 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons and devils. Duan Lingtian wants to fight the strongest devil in the devil clans. In my opinion, he's helping his wife arrange this battle. That's most likely the case. I have a friend who's a member of the dragons. He said Duan Lingtian isn't strong enough to defeat the patriarch of the dragons. It's only because of his wife that the patriarch of the dragons died. When the humans heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans was between his wife and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. And the reason why they thought so was naturally because of the strength that Duan Lingtian's wife displayed when she killed the dragon's patriarch, which gave them a preconceived notion. What they didn't know was that Duan Lingtian's wife had already left the Saint Province realm. She wouldn't be back for at least 1,000 years. Oh my God, it's that Duan Lingtian. When the demons heard Duan Lingtian's voice, their expressions changed. They had all heard of the strength of Duan Lingtian's wife. They knew that she could instantly kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial dragons clan leader. The strongest expert of the devil clan was only a 9th tribulation scattered immortal like the leader of the dragons. Duan Lingtian's wife, is she finally going to make a move? I've always been worried about the arrival of this day, but has this day finally arrived? When news of Duan Lingtian's wife killing the leader of the Dragons clan leader spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the devil clans did not believe it. However, after some verification, they had no choice but to believe it. At that time, all the devil clans knew that there was a 9th tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the Saint Province realm, there was someone who was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she was the wife of a famous person in the Saint Province realm, Duan Lingtian. She had killed the patriarch of the dragon clan, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. If Duan Lingtian's wife attacks us, how are we going to defend ourselves? Even the strongest devil in the devil clans wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian's wife, right? At that time, the devil clans fell into a state of panic. There were even some cowardly demons who returned to their hometown, the Banished Realm, which was also known as the Land of Exile by the people in the Sanctuary Realm. Of course, most of the devil race still had hopes of getting lucky and stayed behind. Compared to the Land of Exile, the Saint Province realm was like heaven to them. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy abundant, but it was also rich in cultivation resources. They were reluctant to leave. Most importantly, the strongest devil clans in the Saint Province realm did not say anything. For this reason, the devil clans could only stay in the Saint Province realm in fear. At this point, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's wife. However, today, Duan Lingtian had suddenly appeared and announced that he would challenge the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans to a duel in a month's time. This made them feel a sense of crisis. They felt the strongest devil in the Saint Province realm was going to die. After all, Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill the patriarch of the dragons in just a second. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Half a month later, in the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, nothing would remain intact. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, All of you are here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Master Wuji, right? One of the middle-aged men dressed in green asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he was trying to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes, that's right. That's the reason we're here. The other 6 people nodded in agreement when they heard the middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Immediately after, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and powder that filled the sky. Then it fell down and fell into the ice water that had appeared in the gap on the glacier. The ice shards continued to fall into the icy water, splashing everywhere. All of you, why are you looking for me? An indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, but no one knew where it had come from. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! After the 7 people's bodies trembled, they recovered at the first moment. They respectfully bowed to the old man who seemed to appear out of thin air not far away. If someone from the devil clans who knew the 7 of them were here, they would be shocked to see the 7 of them. This was because the 7 of them were considered overlords in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian? He's going to challenge me in 2 weeks. After learning about Duan Lingtian's challenge from the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerables from the devil clans, the expression on the old man's face darkened immediately. Did he say that it was him or his wife who wanted to challenge me? The old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 7 people in front of him. In his opinion, Master Wu Ji was not an exception. Duan Lingtian challenging him to a battle and Duan Lingtian's wife challenging him to a battle were 2 completely different concepts. He had investigated the incident that happened in the Dragon Clan. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the most he could do was fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw. However, Duan Lingtian's wife had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan with just a wave of her hand. If his opponent was Duan Lingtian, he was confident he could fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw, since his strength was not inferior to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, if his opponent was Duan Lingtian's wife, he was not confident he could survive. After all, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, who was as strong as him, had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He said he wants to challenge you, Master Wu Ji. However, he didn't say he won't let his wife interfere. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said. The other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials nodded in agreement. What do all of you think about this? The old man asked as he looked at the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although he was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans and the strongest person in the devil clans, he usually did not meddle in the affairs of the devil clans. He only focused on his closed-door cultivation as he waited for the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He would only make a move when the devil clans required his help. In his opinion, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm. We can't say for sure. It's all up to you, Master Wu Ji. After all, if Duan Ling Tian's wife is here and wants to attack you, Master Limitless, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clan said. That's right. Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial agreed. If you accept the challenge, your life will be in danger. I don't know what all of you think, but I don't want you to take the risk. Chapter 2553. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by crack. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under the anticipation of all the humans and saint beasts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the day that Duan Lingtian had announced a month ago finally arrived. Early in the morning, a group of humans and devils gathered 1,000 miles north of Sin City in the central province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Generally speaking, wherever a large number of humans and demons gathered, a bloody battle would break out. However, on this day, the humans and demons seemed to have come to an agreement beforehand. They stood on opposite sides of each other in peace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the sound of wind whistling, more humans and demons arrived. Moreover, after these humans and demons arrived, they all entered their own camps. The human camp and the devil clans stood on opposite sides of each other. It was as though they were facing off against each other. Time continued to pass by. When it was almost noon, the number of people had dwindled. At this moment, the number of humans and devils present had reached a terrifying number. From afar, it was as though the number of people was endless. Why isn't he here yet? What's the rush? Duan Lingtian only said he's going to fight the strongest devil clans today, but he didn't say when he's going to come. It's only been half a day. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Are you worried that Duan Lingtian won't come? Don't forget that he's the one who initiated the battle today. I heard that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he can't defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, it's still impossible for the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to defeat him. That's right. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would at most come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. In the human camp, a group of people whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. The topic of their discussion was naturally one of the main characters today, Duan Lingtian. He was also a powerhouse among the humans. The news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with the clan leader of the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had long spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, these humans knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. Humph. So what if Duan Lingtian and that 9th tribulation loose immortal of the devil clan are evenly matched? Don't forget that his wife is someone who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very quickly, someone snorted and said. His words immediately resonated strongly with the group of humans. That's right. Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal in a second. As long as she takes action today, the strongest expert of the devil clan, even if he is a 9th tribulation loose immortal, will definitely die. I'm just worried that the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan won't dare to show up. After all, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's wife's strength. If that's the case, not only will the devil clan be humiliated today, but they'll also be facing a calamity. After all, Duan Lingtian has said a month ago that if the strongest expert of the devil clan doesn't show up, he'll annihilate all the devils. How domineering. How domineering. The group of humans present on the scene could not help but feel proud when they talked about this. After all, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse among the humans. He was the pride of the humans. At the same time, he was also the hope of the humans to defeat the devil clans and drive them back to the land of exile. However, I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who gradually rose to fame in the Zoroastrianism, would have such accomplishments today. That's right. At that time, I thought it was already shocking for someone who came from the lower province to the upper province to make such a name for himself. But now, it seems like we've all underestimated him. Who would have thought that a young man from the lower province would have such incredible accomplishments when he's not even 100 years old? No matter what, it's our fortune to have him. Indeed. At the same time, many people could not help but exclaim when they recalled Duan Lingtian's past. After all, it could be said that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's growth step by step until today. This time, as long as Duan Lingtian manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, his name will go down in history, and he'll become a legend, like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. No, if he manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, he'll become a legend even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, not only is his strength on par with Feng Qingyang, but he has also made great contributions to the human race. That's right. His contributions to the human race are incomparable to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and his wife driving the devil clans back to the land of exile. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the human race, the devil clans were deathly silent. All the devils had gloomy expressions on their faces. Do you think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans will really come? A devil with a minotaur head and a human body asked the people around him. It's hard to say. If I were him, I don't think I'd come. After all, he might be able to deal with Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian's wife can easily kill him. It's normal for him not to come since he knows he's going to die. However, I still hope he'll come. After all, if he doesn't come today, Duan Lingtian will definitely kill us. I hope he'll come as well. There are 2 reasons why I'm still here and didn't return to the land of exile. Firstly, I hope he'll come. Secondly, I don't think Duan Lingtian will let me go even if I return to the land of exile. That's right. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, if they want to kill us, it doesn't matter if we stay in the Saint Province realm or return to the land of exile. Most of the devils present on the scene did not think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come to the land of exile with Duan Lingtian. However, they could not help but look forward to seeing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the land of exile. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would come and protect them. Now, the majority of the devil race were looking forward to the arrival of the strongest expert of the devil race. At the same time, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that the strongest expert of the devil race would not come. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial did not come, their deaths would be certain. However, there were a small number of demons who were very calm. Almost all of these devils belonged to the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace and a friend of Duan Lingtian from the human devil clan, was present as well. Now his eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. It's a pity Sister Wen Jing isn't coming. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he thought about the woman who was unwilling to come. Naturally, he knew why the woman was unwilling to come. After all, it was unlikely that Duan Lingtian would be alone in his battle with the devil clan's strongest powerhouse. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master, is he finally going to appear? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was also present. His eyes were filled with anticipation as well. He was eager to see his master, Duan Lingtian. Many people from the human devil clans, 3 palaces, and 6 halls were also present. He's here. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, which suppressed the hubbub of humans and demons at present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, waves of swift wind whistling sounds were also transmitted from afar. It was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to involuntarily look towards the source of the sound. The sound came from the north. In the north, a total of 8 figures were approaching at an insane speed. Of course, with their speed, only a few powerful bodiless celestials could vaguely catch sight of them. Master Wu Ji is here. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan exclaimed in surprise. It's Master Wu Ji. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan exclaimed excitedly. Master Wu Ji? Many devils were confused when they heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. However, after a while, they learned who Wu Ji was from some of the bodiless celestials. Master Wu Ji is the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans. He's here. Like I said, we demons are indomitable. How could the strongest demon of our race admit defeat so easily? At the same time, the group of demon race cultivators' eyes lit up with excitement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A total of 8 figures appeared between the human clan and the demon clan like ghosts, appearing before everyone's eyes. These 8 people were led by an old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, at this moment, this ordinary-looking old man had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This old man is the strongest person in the Devil clans, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clans. Although the humans present on the scene were confident in Duan Lingtian and his wife, they could not help but gasp when they saw the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clans. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at the old man. After all, Duan Lingtian had not arrived yet. If this old man were to suddenly go crazy and attack them, all of them would definitely die without a burial ground. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? I hope this 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clans won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Lingtian's challenge. Duan Lingtian, hurry up and come! Chapter 2554. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. Just as all of the humans present were feeling extremely anxious, the devilish beings present all bowed respectfully toward the elderly man who was the leader of the group of 8. This was the first time most of them had seen the old man. Although it was their first time seeing the old man, they could not help but feel a sense of awe when they learned about his identity. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it took him a lot of courage to come here today. After all, not only did he have to face Duan Lingtian, but he also had to face Duan Lingtian's wife, who was terrifyingly strong. Master Wu Ji, Master Wu Ji. When the group of Devil clan members greeted the old man respectfully, it was especially ear-piercing when it reached the ears of the humans present. Moreover, it caused them to become even more anxious. After all, they did not know if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clans would choose to fight to the death. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. Just as the group of humans were getting more and more anxious, someone among the group of humans yelled. The eyes of the humans lit up immediately as they looked left and right in an attempt to find Duan Lingtian. Over there. I see it. It's Duan Lingtian. Soon after, the humans saw 2 figures. In the west, 2 figures were walking side by side in the air. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He was tall and handsome, and he was no stranger to them. More than 90% of them had seen the purple-clad young man's portrait before. Duan Lingtian. When the group of humans locked their gazes on the purple-clad young man and confirmed his identity, they could not help but reveal a hint of excitement. She's Duan Lingtian's wife? She must be. There's only a woman by his side. Who else could it be if she's not his wife? Soon after, their eyes fell on the beautiful figure standing next to Duan Lingtian. They thought She was Duan Lingtian's wife, who could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. However, was the woman by Duan Lingtian's side his wife? The answer was naturally no. The person who had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. On the other hand, Ker was no longer in the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm, or even the Devata realms. Ker was currently in the world of divine offering and would not be able to leave within the next 1,000 years. I've long heard from the dragons that the Duan Lingtian's wife is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. She is indeed a peerless beauty. I'm afraid only a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of such a beauty. At the very least, that's the case in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Some of them even mistook her for Ker, Duan Lingtian's wife. Although the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was peerless and beautiful, she was not his wife, Ker. Instead, she was Tang Xiaoxiao, a disciple of Tang sect who had returned from Yanhuang realm with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao walked side by side. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the group of humans and devils. He's the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the leader of the 8 people hovering in the air between the group of humans and devils. He could vaguely guess the leader's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers around him confirming his guess. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived at the empty space between the group of humans and devils. They stood opposite the 8 people led by the strongest devil from the devil clans. You're Duan Lingtian. The strongest devil from the devil clans, the only 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans, had his eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. Now that Duan Lingtian was close to him, he could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the old man's question. A month ago, you said you wanted to challenge me to a duel. I wonder if you're going to fight me or ask your wife to do it. The old man asked bluntly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he only glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao for a moment before he retracted his gaze. The reason he did this was because he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian's wife if he glanced at her too much, and he would be killed. He knew his own strength. He was not a match for Duan Lingtian's wife at all. Before he came here, he had already discussed this with the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans. If Duan Lingtian personally challenged him to a duel, he would accept the challenge and fight with Duan Lingtian even if it was a draw. However, if Duan Lingtian's wife challenged him to a duel, he would immediately admit defeat. Apart from that, he would also promise to lead all the devils out of the Saint Province realm to the exiled realm. This way, he would be able to save his life and save the devil clans from a calamity. My wife. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. When the humans and devils heard the old man's words, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were curious about how Duan Lingtian would respond to the old man. The humans, naturally, hoped Duan Lingtian would ask his wife to fight. The devils, naturally, hoped that Duan Lingtian would personally make a move. That doesn't seem to be Brother Lingtian's wife, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned when he saw the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. This was because he had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Duan Lingtian's wife did not look like this. Although this black-clothed woman had a peerless appearance that wasn't much inferior to Duan Lingtian's wife, she was extremely beautiful. She was not Duan Lingtian's wife. What? What's going on? Huang Qiling was dumbfounded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the other human devils who had seen Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker, were dumbfounded. The black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was not his wife who had killed the patriarch of the dragons. After all, they had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Your wife has the strength to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer a secret in the Saint Province realm. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said confidently, "If you ask your wife to make a move today, I'll admit defeat. Moreover, I'll take the devils and leave the Saint Province realm with me and return to the realm of exile. If you fight, I'll fight you as well. Even if we end up in a draw, I'll still bring all the members of the devil clans back to the exiled realm. Naturally, I'll only do this for your wife's sake." The old man's words revealed another piece of information. The devil clans can leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm, but it's only for the sake of Duan Lingtian's wife, not Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha! Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" The old man frowned. "I'm laughing at you. You've never met my wife, and yet you treat everyone as my wife." Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said indifferently, "This person next to me is my friend, not my wife. My wife has already left the mundane realm. She won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm." Duan Lingtian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard this. Ker, would they really have to wait for 1,000 years before they could meet again? What? She's not your wife. Although the old man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he could not help but lose his composure when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Tang Zhao's cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. As expected, she's not your wife. At this moment, the old man was certain. Previously, the old man had thought Tang Xiao was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, so he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to investigate her. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness to verify Duan Lingtian's words. If your wife is really not in the mundane realm and won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wondered if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving him with his earlier words. "Are you so confident that I won't be able to defeat you?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly smiled brightly. Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but sneer when she heard the old man's words. She mocked the old man for being too arrogant. What? This black-clad woman isn't Duan Lingtian's wife? How's that possible? If she's not his wife, then who is she? If she's not his wife, why would he bring her here? The humans present on the scene had been waiting for Duan Lingtian's wife to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. However, Duan Lingtian had said, "Duan Lingtian, the devil clans are here." Chapter 2555. Moreover, Duan Lingtian said his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. Many people's faces turned pale when they recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He must be joking. I think he's joking as well. Even if his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm, he shouldn't have said that, right? That's right. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. After a few moments, the expressions of many people calmed down. They thought Duan Lingtian was joking. Joking? Do you think it's necessary for him to make such a joke? I don't think it's necessary for him to make such a joke. Since he has said so, I'm sure he believes Duan Lingtian as well. Many people from the Human Devil clan had met Duan Lingtian in the Debussy subterranean, so they believed Duan Lingtian was strong enough to defeat him. Did you just say I'm not qualified for you to use your celestial supreme treasure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans asked in a low voice. His expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. What? You're a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but you're so old. Are you deaf? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Good. Very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without using your celestial supreme treasure. The old man was infuriated by Duan Lingtian, and his expression changed rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in when he suddenly shouted out. Bang! His body swayed as he stomped his feet in the air, leaving a huge hole in the void. As soon as the huge pit appeared, it was torn apart again, pulling out a hideous and terrifying void crack. Boom! 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 When the old man rushed out, his entire body seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Everywhere it passed, the void would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would rise and fall continuously. Countless cracks in the void would also be torn open, looking particularly ferocious. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Bang! A moment later, the old man was already not far away from Duan Lingtian. With a shake of his arms, a vast and boundless power seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. His domineering aura caused people to involuntarily feel fear. That's all you got? Just as the old man attacked with all his might like a ferocious beast pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of mockery. Your strength is only comparable to that of the former leader of the dragons. It seems that I have overestimated you, Duan Lingtian said calmly. Shameless boasting, the old man shouted coldly. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. You'll know whether I'm shameless boasting or not soon enough. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as before. However, when he spoke again, he made a move. Whoosh! When he raised his hand, his back was slightly bent into the shape of a bow. Then he suddenly exerted his strength, and his arm shot out like a dragon in the direction where the old man was charging towards. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 as Duan Lingtian's arm shot out like a dragon, dazzling white lights shot out from his open palm. They were all condensed sword lights. These sword rays whistled out from Duan Lingtian's palm. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into thousands of sword rays. In the next moment, these thousands of sword rays turned into tens of thousands of sword rays and formed a mysterious sword formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the sword formation was formed, it shot out without any hesitation, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords that Duan Lingtian had cast. Boom! When the afterimages of the sword formation merged with the sword formation shone brightly as an even more powerful aura surged out from it. How's this possible? At this moment, the old man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under normal circumstances, only a golden celestial from the Devata realms would be able to unleash such power. Boom! The old man's expression changed drastically as his body swelled up like a balloon before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, one could vaguely see bits and pieces of golden light twinkling. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's sword formation easily destroyed the old man's all-out attack that seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. Apart from that, it also destroyed the cloud of blood mist that the old man had turned into. Chapter 2556. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely fast. However, with his current strength, even without using his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords that he had mastered, was not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. It was one of the most powerful, offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. After using this ability, his attack power would increase by an entire 3 levels compared to before using this ability. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without using his celestial sword, Duan Lingtian's sword formation was comparable to the attack of the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. No matter how weak a golden celestial was, he was still a golden celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial strength was only comparable to a peak heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. The weakest golden celestial was not comparable to the strongest heavenly celestial. For this reason, apart from Duan Lingtian and his opponent, only the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans could clearly see the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the others, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. How's this possible? He doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, but he's still so strong? He easily defeated Limitless Master's full-powered attack and even forced Limitless Master to use the demonic blood escape? Heavens! What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? I thought he had to use a celestial supreme treasure to fight the Patriarch of the Dragons to a draw? Based on his strength, he should be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure, right? He's pretending to be weak all this while. The 7/8 tribulation loose celestials of the devil clan were shocked because they had vaguely seen Duan Lingtian's means. It took them a long time to calm down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Duan Lingtian had such strength. With the strength that he has displayed so far, even if he is not as strong as his wife, he is not much weaker, right? This Duan Lingtian and his wife, where did they come from? How could someone from the Debussy subterranean in the sanctuary realm achieve such heaven-defying achievements in less than 100 years? The 7/8 tribulation loose immortals of the devil clan felt it was inconceivable. However, no matter how inconceivable it was, the facts were right in front of them. They had to believe it. I take back what I just said. Your strength is still slightly stronger than that of the Dragon's clan leader. At the very least, if the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader was in his place, he would have died from my earlier attack. When the others regained their senses, Duan Lingtian suddenly shifted his gaze to the northeast as though he was talking to the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene were shocked to see a blood-red light suddenly appeared in the area Duan Lingtian was looking at. After the blood-red light appeared, it began to boil and churn before it turned into a bloody mist. Then it shrunk at lightning speed and reverted to a human figure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Master Wu Ji! What's Master Wu Ji doing? The people from the devil clan were stunned when they saw the familiar figure standing in the northeast. At this moment, the person who appeared in the northeast was none other than the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. He was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans who had survived Duan Ling Tian's attack. However, the current old man seemed to be much weaker than before. At the very least, he seemed to have aged a lot compared to before. Everyone present on the scene could see this. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan seems to be injured. Moreover, it seems like he's severely injured. What on earth happened just now? Didn't he attack Duan Lingtian? How did he run so far away in just a blink of an eye? That's right. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained motionless on the spot from the beginning until the end. Some of the humans with weaker cultivation bases looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had no idea what had happened earlier. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans present on the scene, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although they could not see what had happened as clearly as the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clan, they could still see what had happened earlier. Not only did Duan Lingtian have the upper hand in the fight with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan, but he had almost killed his opponent. At the critical moment, his opponent seemed to have used some technique to escape. The technique Master Wu Ji used earlier seems to be the heavenly devil blood escape that no one in the devil clan has managed to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans regained his senses and began to recall what he had seen earlier. He could not help but cry out in surprise when he recalled what had happened earlier. Heavenly devil blood escape. Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan, the other devils present on the scene were shocked as well. It was not a secret that the devil clan was skilled in the blood escape technique. Even some demonic cultivators knew how to use the blood escape technique. However, there were different grades of blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique was the strongest blood escape technique that the devils in the mundane realms could master. As for the blood escape technique that the devils in the Devata realms mastered, it could only be used in the Devata realms. In the mundane realms, there was no blood escape technique that was comparable to the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique did not have a huge side effect. It would only drain 10% of the user's strength in an instant. Moreover, there would be side effects in the user's body, making it impossible for the user to recover his strength in a short time. Generally speaking, unless one's life is in danger, very few people would use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. Because once I use this blood escape technique, it means that I won't be able to recover my full strength for a period of time. I didn't expect Master Wu Ji to have cultivated the heavenly devil blood escape technique. For him to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique at this moment means he's in danger. Danger? Do you mean Duan Lingtian almost killed Master Wu Ji earlier? That's very likely. The group of devils was shocked by the old man's ability to cultivate the heavenly devil blood escape technique. At the same time, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Heavenly devil blood escape technique? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man calmly. Interesting. Now, do you still think that I was boasting shamelessly earlier? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian's wife isn't the only one whose strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. If your attack earlier had been boosted by a celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The old man said, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the instant that the elderly man's voice trailed off, the expressions of all of the devilish beings present changed drastically. Based on Wu Ji's words, and the fact that Wu Ji had used the heavenly devil blood escape technique to escape, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. After all, Duan Lingtian was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duan Lingtian had yet to use his celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian is really good at hiding his strength. As it turns out, he's not any weaker than his wife. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to actually possess such a formidable strength. At this time, apart from a few demonic humans, the rest of the demonic humans were very disappointed. They only had one thought left in their minds. They hoped Duan Lingtian would let them go. Based on the current situation, the devil clans had been utterly defeated. There was no way they would be able to turn the situation around. In contrast to the disappointment of the devilish beings, all of the humans present wore excited looks on their faces. Heavens! As it turns out, Duan Lingtian is actually so strong. Based on what the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to Duan Lingtian's wife. That seems to be the case. At the very least, he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian didn't even use his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be even stronger. To think that I thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant, it seems like I've underestimated him. You're not the only one who underestimated him. All of us underestimated him as well. When the humans present on the scene recalled how they had thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant, they felt their faces burning. Reality had given them a slap in the face. This caused them to feel somewhat ashamed. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly demon blood escape you used just now, other than being able to dodge my attack, you can also escape far away and out of my sight. It can even prevent me from finding you. Chapter 25:57. Just now you could have escaped on your own and saved your own life. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man curiously. If I wanted to protect myself, I wouldn't have come here today. The old man was no longer in high spirits. He looked like an old man in his twilight years, with a wry smile on his face. After all, before I came, I thought that your wife would come with you. I've confirmed your wife's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm, the old man said. So you're doing this for your clansmen? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Yes, the old man did not deny it. At your cultivation base, you're only one step away from passing the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascending to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. Is it worth it for you to do this? Duan Lingtian asked again. It's not worth it. You said they're my clansmen, the old man said. Master Wu Ji, Master Wu Ji. After hearing the old man's words, the group of demon tribesmen was moved, and their faces were filled with excitement. The human devils knew Duan Lingtian would not lay a finger on them even if he wanted to annihilate the entire devil clan. When they heard the old man's words, they could not help but feel respect for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I hope you'll spare my clansmen after I die. After I die, the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials will lead my clansmen to leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm. At that time, my clansmen will personally repair the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm to return peace to the Saint Province realm. A hint of pleading could be heard in the old man's voice when he spoke. Master Wu Ji, Master Wu Ji. The group of devils was moved by the old man's words. When did I say I'm going to kill you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man indifferently. Why you're not going to kill me? The old man trembled slightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The group of devils looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, hoping Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he said indifferently, apart from the human devils who want to stay in the Saint Province realm, I'll give you 3 months to bring the rest of them out of the Saint Province realm. Half a month ago, I went to the Phoenix clan and gave each of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure. Don't think you can play any tricks after I ascend. Even after I've ascended, I'll still be able to deal with you. Duan Lingtian. The old man could not help but feel envious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess any celestial supreme treasures. However, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan possessed celestial supreme treasures. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were envious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, they were envious of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan. They were both 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, but why were they so lucky? Let's go. Since the matter with the devil clans had been resolved, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay here any longer. He turned to look at Tang Xiao, who was standing next to him. Then he casually tore a tear in space and brought her into it. Everyone could only see his back as he left. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back. Before Duan Lingtian left, he was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words and kill him. Master Wu Ji. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms, he's only an ethereal immortal. However, his cultivation base is only at the level of an eminent celestial at most. We can find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and use a soul attack to kill him. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said through voice transmission. Humph. However, when the old man heard the voice transmission from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he scoffed and said, "It's true that he's an eminent celestial, but are you sure his wife is also an eminent celestial? If his wife isn't, the devil clans will be annihilated after he dies. Moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, it's too risky to ambush him with his current strength. If he notices us, he'll be able to kill the bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique." The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial no longer dared to say anything else. "All of you stay in Sin City. I'll look for all of you after I'm done with my business here." Before Duan Lingtian left, he said goodbye to 2 familiar faces in the devil clans. They were Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Both of them were excited when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the end, that godlike man did not forget about them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiao through the tear in space, they left the upper province and arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To him, the devil clans had already left. The matter with the devil clans was finally resolved. Even if the celestial ascension force suddenly appeared and pulled him to a Devata realm, he no longer had to worry about the devil clans returning. After all, he had a backup plan. The 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan were his backup plan. After the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials obtained the celestial supreme treasures from him, their strength was on par with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. As for the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans, he only needed 1 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Phoenix clan to deal with them. Cloud Continent. After bringing Tang Xiao back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for long. Instead, he immediately headed south. It did not take long before he arrived at Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. To Duan Lingtian, Cloud Continent was divided into the foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties. After all, he was from one of the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. His family and friends were there as well. This time, he did not intend to disturb them. He just wanted to hide in the dark and watch them quietly without affecting their lives. At least, he would be able to resolve one of the things that had been bothering him before he left the sanctuary realm. He planned to return to Yanhuang realm and wait for the celestial ascension force to arrive in Yanhuang realm after he was done with his business in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was most likely unaware that he was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province realm. He was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province realm because he was afraid he would miss Ku-Er and his family members if he continued to stay in the Saint Province realm. Whenever he thought of them, he would feel a stab of pain in his heart. At the same time, he hated himself for being so useless. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon I'll be able to trigger on Cloud Continent with my current strength. Duan Lingtian still remembered that his hometown, Cloud Continent, was an extremely special place, and that was because when one revealed one's strength here, it would draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It could be the silhouette of an ancient mammoth, ancient horned dragon, or boom! Duan Lingtian was excited. With just a thought, the energy in his body surged out along the 99 Saint veins like a wild horse. It seemed to have transformed into a vast flame that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a series of noises above his head. He could not help but look up, curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he would be able to trigger. However, when Duan Lingtian looked up, he was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth energy above his head had gathered like dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to cover the sky, but there was no sign of any heaven and earth phenomenon. Do I have to wait a little longer? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stood still and waited for a while. However, there was still no sign of any change in the dark clouds in the sky. "W, what are you doing?" Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask. She could not help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing. After Duan Lingtian explained it to her, she tried to mobilize her own energy to trigger the heaven and earth energy. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon she triggered was no different from Duan Lingtian's. Dark clouds billowed, but there was no sign of any elephants or dragons. I think our strength is too high, so the heaven and earth energy in this area won't be able to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon you mentioned. Tang Xiao guessed. That's the only explanation. Duan Lingtian nodded and gave up. HM? Duan Lingtian was about to give up and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with Tang Xiao when he suddenly came to a halt. It was as though he had encountered an unexpected situation. What's wrong? Tang Xiao stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Tang Xiao's question. Instead, he raised his hand. A jade token that was shining with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. This jade token. Didn't that senior leave you this jade token? Tang Xiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duan Lingtian by the powerhouse from the divine offering land who called himself Xiajia. At this moment, whoosh! When Duan Lingtian let go of his hand, the profound light on the jade token suddenly skyrocketed. Then it flew toward the south at a rapid speed. It was as though it was leading the way. Chapter 2558. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the jade token flying toward the south and leaving behind a streak of dark green light. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he brought Tang Xiao along with him. Although the jade slip was not slow, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao had caught up with them. What's going on? Tang Xiao asked Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. Don't ask me. In response to Tang Xiao's question, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he followed the jade token that was flying south. I don't know what's going on as well. Earlier, I discovered that it was lying in my spatial ring. When I took it out, it began to vibrate as though it wanted to break free from my restraints. Then I let go of my hand, and that's it. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark green jade slip in front of him when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the dark green jade slip shone brighter and brighter. Even Duan Lingtian could feel its emotions at this moment. That was the emotion of excitement. Although it was just an inanimate object, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. I see. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes fell on the jade slip again. It seems like it's trying to take you somewhere? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his heart was filled with confusion. He did not know why the jade slip was acting strangely. Moreover, where was it trying to take him? Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and something else appeared in his hand. It was a sword. This sword was different from ordinary swords. Most swords were 3 feet long. This was also the reason why swords were called 3 feet long. However, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was only 1 foot long. It looked like an elongated dagger. At first glance, this sword gave people the feeling that it was a jade product similar to a jade slip. However, when Duan Lingtian held the sword in his hand, he could feel that the material used to forge this sword might be jade, but it was definitely not ordinary jade. This sword, at this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes landed on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. She remembered. This sword was left to Duan Lingtian by Xiajia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Xiajia had left 2 things for Duan Lingtian. One was a sword, and the other was a jade slip. The jade slip was leading the way, while the sword was in Duan Lingtian's hand. Third uncle is a powerhouse from the divine offering land. The thing he left for me must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 1 foot short sword in his hand. When Xiajia had given him these 2 things, he had put them away absent-mindedly before he rushed back. After returning, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about these 2 things. Earlier, the jade slip that was shrouded in a mysterious light had started to vibrate in his spatial ring. This had caught his attention. Otherwise, he would have left them hanging for a while longer. This sword, Duan Lingtian could not see anything special about the sword in his hand. It did not look like a celestial supreme treasure, but it did not look like a weapon from the mundane realms either. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to mobilize a trace of energy and sent it into the foot-long short sword in his hand, the foot-long short sword began to vibrate at an exaggerated frequency. In the next moment, the changes that happened to the short sword caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. After the short sword trembled violently, its body began to crack inch by inch, giving off a feeling that it was about to shatter. Crack, 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 crack. After a short moment, a series of clear sounds resonated. It was the 1-inch short sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that directly shattered into pieces after cracks that resembled spider webs appeared on the body of the sword. It's destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was this sword really left for him by a powerhouse from the divine offering land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though Xiajia was toying with him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Xiajia was toying with him, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Boy, the sword I left for you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact. Duan Lingtian could tell it was Xiajia's voice. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Xiajia's voice would appear at this moment. Xiajia must have done something to the broken sword in his hand. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? A Devata artifact? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Xiajia's words. The sword that he had accidentally destroyed in just a blink of an eye was a Devata artifact? However, Just as Duan Ling Tian's mouth was twitching, his eyes widened as though he had seen something shocking. He stared unwaveringly at the 1-foot-long short sword that was in tatters. A faint crimson light suddenly rose from the broken short sword. As soon as the crimson light appeared, it gradually transformed into the shape of a sword and a crimson sword chi. After the red sword gleam appeared, a faint orange light appeared in the broken dagger. After this orange light appeared, it quickly condensed into an orange sword gleam. After the orange sword chi, a yellow sword chi appeared. After the yellow sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a blue sword chi appeared. After the blue sword chi, a purple sword chi appeared. A total of 7 sword rays appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes in the form of a rainbow. While Duan Ling Tian was in a daze, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. She did not know what was going on at all. "Watch out!" Tang Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise when she saw the broken pieces of the short sword flying toward Duan Ling Tian's hand that was holding the broken pieces of the short sword. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaoxiao's warning was too late. In fact, even if Tang Xiaoxiao had warned Duan Ling Tian earlier, Duan Ling Tian would not have dodged the sudden attack. This was because Xia Jie's voice rang in his ears once again. As long as you infuse your energy into the 7 orifices exquisite sword, its illusory body will shatter. At the same time, it will absorb your blood and recognize you as its master. As soon as Xia Jie's words left his mouth, the shard cut Duan Ling Tian's palm, leaving behind a cut that was neither deep nor shallow. Blood began to seep out of the cut. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that the 7 7-colored sword lights that were originally floating in front of him seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and all of them whizzed out. Whoosh! 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 7 streaks of 7-colored sword light whizzed out, but they swept toward the wound on his palm that was bleeding. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to endure the pain, he realized something. When the 7 7-colored sword rays came into contact with the wound on his palm, they did not cause any harm to him. They only merged with the blood on the wound and into his palm, causing him to feel numb. What's going on? Even Tang Xiaoxiao could see what was going on during this process. After the blood that seeped out of the wound on Duan Ling Tian's palm merged with the 7 7-colored sword rays, it strangely entered Duan Ling Tian's wound. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's wound also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scar appeared on Duan Ling Tian's palm. "This scar," Tang Xiaoxiao muttered. Both Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Ling Tian were attracted by the scar on Duan Ling Tian's palm. If it was just an ordinary scar, they would not have paid attention to it. However, the problem was this scar was in the shape of a sword. At the same time, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. "After the 7 orifices exquisite sword has acknowledged you as its master, it will appear with a thought. If you don't need it, it will disappear with a thought. Of course, it won't really disappear. It will just merge with your body." Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly looked into his body. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. According to Third Uncle's message, didn't he say the 7 orifices exquisite sword has merged with my body? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt something extra in his body. Moreover, it was not just a certain part of his body. Instead, it was his entire body, including his blood and bones. There seemed to be something extra in his body. Could it be that the 7 orifices exquisite sword has fused into my body, appearing at random places and fusing into my body? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have an epiphany, but he was not certain. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the end, Duan Ling Tian relaxed his body. With just a thought, he looked at the sword-shaped scar on his right palm. He discovered something else. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a constantly changing sword light appeared in his right hand. The changing colors were the 7 colors of the rainbow. The sword light only changed for a moment before it quickly solidified and turned into a completely transparent sword. It was as though it was made of glass from Duan Lingtian's previous life. At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang again. This 7 orifices exquisite sword is a relic left behind by an old friend of mine. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Chapter 2559. A Top Celestial Weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Xia Jie's words. A top-notch immortal artifact referred to a top-notch immortal supreme treasure. He knew this. Previously, he had accidentally obtained the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. According to the pagoda's spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua, it was a supreme, celestial supreme treasure. However, it was damaged so it could not unleash its full power. A top celestial supreme treasure was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao had mentioned this before. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also heard Elder Hua mention the Devata artifact once. He knew the Devata divine weapons were rarer than top celestial supreme treasures. They were usually in the hands of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had souls. As for the details of the Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian did not know much about it. Since Elder Hu did not elaborate, he did not ask. After all, he was too far away from a Devata artifact in the past. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a Devata artifact in the near future. According to Third Uncle's words, this Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, has lost its soul. That's why it's only comparable to a top celestial weapon. After all, Xia Jie had met Hua Lao in the past and learned about top celestial weapons and Devata artifacts from Hua Lao. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was surprised that Xia Jie had left a Devata artifact for him, he remained calm and did not lose his composure. After all, he was someone who had obtained a top celestial weapon in the past. Although the top celestial weapon was damaged, it was still a top celestial weapon. Moreover, there was a spirit in it who treated him like a teacher and a friend. However, compared to the celestial sword in my possession, this sword is on a completely different level. In fact, it's even more powerful than the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. When Duan Lingtian held the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand, he was certain of this after experimenting a few times. For a moment, even though he had come into contact with a top-notch immortal artifact like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the past, he still could not help but feel excited. After all, the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was only a damaged top-grade immortal artifact, while the 7 orifices jewel sword was a perfect top-grade immortal artifact. To be more precise, it was originally a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than a top-tier celestial weapon. However, due to the loss of its soul, it was only comparable to a top-tier celestial weapon. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian did not use any technique at all. He merely infused his eminent celestial energy into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Sword rays shot out from the tip of the sword and tore through space, leaving terrifying rifts in the void. After all, if it was an ordinary celestial sword, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tear through space. This sword seems extraordinary. Tang Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise when she saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand after Duan Lingtian put it away. Of course, it's extraordinary. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood after obtaining a divine weapon. When he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words, he smiled faintly and said, "This sword of mine is considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Do you think it's ordinary?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao Xiao. However, Tang Xiaoxiao was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. This was because she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Was it considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Was it not a top celestial supreme treasure? Tang Xiaoxiao was a member of the Tang sect, and the Tang sect had a long history in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, she knew a lot about top celestial supreme treasures. In the legends of Yanhuang realm, there were many top immortal supreme treasures, but they were all legendary existences. Tang Xiaoxiao had never seen or heard of any forces in Yanhuang realm possessing an immortal supreme treasure of such level. However, Duan Lingtian had just told her that it was a top celestial supreme treasure. The seemingly transparent, 3-feet-long blade in his hand was actually a legendary supreme treasure of immortals? Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Tang Xiaoxiao finally regained her senses and asked in shock, "Why would I lie to you?" Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. With just a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand melted into a puddle of water and disappeared into the sword-shaped scar on his palm. It was as though it had never been there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the 7 orifices exquisite sword's presence. It was as though it had merged with his body. "I forgot. Senior Xiajia left this sword for you." After calming down, Tang Xiaoxiao recalled the origin of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Xiajia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land, had left it for Duan Lingtian before he left. In front of Senior Xiajia, even those who came from the divine offering land like Senior Xiajia, who looked down on the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With Senior Xiajia's means, it's not surprising that he left you a top celestial supreme treasure. A hint of envy could be seen in Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a top celestial supreme treasure. Who would not want it? The divine offering land. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. The words world of divine offering were like a thorn in his heart that was difficult to remove. "I'm sorry." When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Duan Lingtian had fallen silent and his expression darkened, it was not difficult for her to guess that Duan Lingtian must have recalled something unpleasant. Therefore, she could not help but apologize. She had heard about Duan Lingtian's past from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had buried the pain in the depths of his heart. When she mentioned the divine offering land, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Duan Lingtian's wound. "It's fine." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His expression softened slightly as he shook his head. "There are some things that I can't help but think about even if no one says it. If I blame you, it would be akin to burying my head in the sand." Although Tang Xiaoxiao's emotions had fluctuated greatly earlier, she did not say anything. After all, it was his own fault. Duan Lingtian did not blame Tang Xiaoxiao. "I believe you'll be strong enough to gain the approval of your wife's father and reunite with her after 1,000 years. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as though she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the change in Tang Xiaoxiao's expression. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the mundane realm before you do." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. "Your celestial ascension force. Is it coming?" "I sensed it." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed. "I didn't expect the celestial ascension force to come in less than 10 years after I passed the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this time. This is a good thing." "Why do you sound like you're going to be tortured?" Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, no matter when we meet again, I'll never forget that my life belongs to you. Tang Xiao said solemnly as she looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. You don't have to say that again. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Tang Xiao's words, he immediately denied it. Your life is yours, not mine. As for killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, I was merely helping my friend. I didn't intend to gain anything from it. I, Duan Lingtian, always do as I please, so you don't owe me anything. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face when he finished speaking. Boom! Just as Tang Xiao was about to open her mouth to say something, a deafening sound that sounded like a bolt from the blue tore through the sky and swept across the land. This is the celestial ascension force. As soon as the thunderous sound rang in the air, Duan Lingtian vaguely sensed something. A seemingly invincible force went through him and enveloped Tang Xiao, making her fly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. As soon as Tang Xiao was shrouded by the ray of light, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiao disappeared along with it. She ascended just like that. From the moment the celestial ascension force appeared and brought Tang Xiao away, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so quick that Duan Lingtian was unable to react in time. It was not that he was slow, but the celestial ascension force had appeared too quickly. I hope you'll be fine in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian only treated Tang Xiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for quite some time. He could not help but feel a little sad that Tang Xiao was leaving so suddenly. All good things must come to an end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to follow the jade token Xiajia left behind. The Crimson Sky Kingdom. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Chapter 2560. In general, Duan Lingtian's hometown in this life was the Saint Province realm. In general, it was the Debussyi subterranean, the Cloud Continent, the 10 Great Dynasties, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most of his friends and family on the Cloud Continent were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time he came back mainly because he wanted to see his old friends and family. He wanted to take a look at them from afar without disturbing them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that Xiajia had left for him would bring him back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he could return. Its speed actually slowed down. What surprised Duan Lingtian the most was that after the jade token brought him into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed actually slowed down, and it became slower and slower. Could it be that the place it's bringing me to is in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was confused. He remembered that after he triggered the message Xiajia had left on the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Xiajia had told him about the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and the dark green jade token. According to Xiajia, he had obtained the jade token by chance. This jade slip was something he'd obtained by chance. Moreover, when he'd just obtained this jade slip, there was a message left on the jade slip to remind him. It said, "Don't worry. Only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token." Xiajia had been trying to decipher the secret in the jade token for many years, but to no avail. However, there was one thing Xiajia was certain of. The jade token was not simple. He was not the only one who could not destroy the jade token. Even his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, could not leave a mark on the jade token. I've only met people with 98 heavenly veins in my life, and I've met more than 1 or 2 people with 99 heavenly veins. However, I've never met anyone with 99 heavenly veins. I've never even heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins. This was Xia Jie's message. When I first obtained the jade token, I didn't know who left a message on the jade token. It reminded me that only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token. However, I didn't think much of it since I didn't think such a person existed. It was only when I met you that I learned there's someone with 99 heavenly veins in this world. I've never heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the divine offering land, or realms similar to the divine offering land. Take your time to uncover the secret in the jade token. Both my elder brother and I think this jade token is extraordinary. Xia Jie's message ended there. Although Xia Jie's message was Xia's end world, the jade token did not leave a message. The dark green jade slip leading the way was not an ordinary jade slip. There should be some kind of secret hidden in it, and it was not a small secret. Only someone with 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secrets? Why does it sound so far-fetched? Duan Lingtian shook his head and gradually stopped thinking about it. His attention was completely focused on the jade token that was leading the way for him. Where does it want to take me? Duan Lingtian followed the jade token all the way forward. The jade token's speed became slower and slower, and he slowed down as well, always following behind the jade token. Fresh Breeze Town is just up ahead. He followed the jade token into Swallow Mountain County, passed by Aurora City, and finally arrived at Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point for him in this life. It stopped. The jade token suddenly stopped when it was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duan Lingtian did the same when he saw the jade token had stopped. All of a sudden, swoosh! The jade slip suddenly trembled and fell from the sky as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian followed like a shadow, and he followed the jade token to descend into a desolate mountain range. Although this mountain range was near Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian had never been here before. He had never even heard of anyone coming here before. Duan Lingtian naturally knew the reason why no one had come here. When he followed the jade slip and landed on the ground, he saw something else. The terrain around this barren mountain range was steep. With the strength of Fresh Breeze Town's cultivators, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to climb over the steep terrain. As for powerful cultivators, they wouldn't stay in the small Fresh Breeze Town, just like Duan Lingtian in the past. After he had a certain amount of strength, he left Fresh Breeze Town and went to Aurora City. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was an immutable truth. That is, soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the jade token and arrived at one of the valleys in the desolate mountain range. At first glance, the valley was completely barren. However, the jade token was hovering above a black rock. Although the black rock's color was darker than the other rocks in the valley, Duan Lingtian would not have thought there was anything special about it if it was not for the fact that the jade token was hovering above it. It brought me all the way here just to find this stupid rock? Duan Lingtian was speechless. However, even though he was speechless, Duan Lingtian still walked up to the black rock and casually picked it up. He wanted to see what was so special about it that made the jade token given to him by Xia Jie bring him all the way here. However, just as Duan Lingtian picked up the black rock, a voice rang in his ears. When this voice entered his ears, it caused him to be dumbstruck again. After a long while, he had a strange expression on his face. The secret of this rock can only be deciphered by someone with 99 heavenly veins. That was the rough meaning of the voice. Third uncle said that when he obtained the jade token, a voice reminded him that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this jade token. Duan Lingtian looked at the jade token hovering in the air before he looked at the black rock in his hand. Now that I've picked up this rock, a voice reminded me that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this rock. Duan Lingtian looked at the black rock with his left eye and right eye, but he could not see anything special about the black rock in his hand. At the very least, there was a layer of mysterious light surrounding the jade token that hovered in the air. With just a glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary object. What was in the black rock in front of him? Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the black rock in his hand with a look of disdain, he was shocked to find that there was something strange about it. At the same time, a layer of profound light, similar to the profound light on the jade, broke out of the black stone's body. In the blink of an eye, the black rock was also surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though someone had given him a tight slap. Isn't this slap a little too fast? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Didn't they say that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher their secret? I'm a person with 99 heavenly veins. Why can't I decipher their secret? As Duan Lingtian spoke in bewilderment, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the floating jade token. However, at the instant Duan Lingtian grabbed the jade token in his hand, an unexpected event occurred. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. The moment he stretched out his other hand to grab the jade slip, a wave of power gushed out from both the jade slip and the black stone, surging into his left and right hands respectively. It made him feel as though he was being electrocuted. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the energy in the jade token was flowing out. The energy from the black rock in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand were flowing directly into his saint veins. It was as though they wanted to flow through all the saint veins in his body. What happened next confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The two energies quickly flowed through all 99 saint veins in his body. After that, the two completely different energies strangely merged together. They actually merged together? Throughout the entire process, even if Duan Lingtian could control the energy in his body, he could not stop the energies from the black rock and the dark green jade token. Wherever they passed, the energy in Duan Lingtian's body could not interfere at all. Even Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the gap between the energy in his body and the two mysterious energies at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian discovered that the two mysterious energies had merged together, he could not help but feel uneasy. He was afraid that something strange would happen. Then he realized the merged energy split into two and flowed into his left and right hands, respectively flowing into the jade token and the rock. It's finally gone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this fused power would run amok in his body. Who knew what it would do to him? Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he was stunned to see, whether it was the black rock in his left hand or the dark green jade token in his right hand. They were both glowing brightly and extending a pushing force that pushed his clenched hands apart and spread them out. Then they left his hands and rose into the air. What are they doing? The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black rock and the dark green jade token that had left his hands glowed brightly again, as though they had turned into two blazing suns. Chapter 2561. The black stone and the dark green jade slip suddenly collided. This scene caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. However, when the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided with each other, the scene of Mars colliding with Earth that Duan Lingtian expected did not appear. Not only did they not make any sound when they collided, it was even silent. This is under Duan Lingtian's gaze. After the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided, they seemed to soften and intertwined with each other. In the end, they completely fused together in a very strange way, fusing into one. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned. And just at the moment when Duan Lingtian was stunned, Whoosh! The fused black stone and dark green jade slip suddenly burst out with a strong light that was even stronger than the scorching sun at noon. It was so dazzling that Duan Lingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could open his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic and heavy aura hit him in the face, directly and fiercely sending him flying. This aura was also mixed with waves of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. Once it hit Duan Lingtian's body, it seemed to imprison Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to mobilize the strength in his body to resist this aura, but he could not. Wah! At the same time that he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian only felt a monstrous force hit his chest like a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to tremble, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance, Duan Lingtian found that he could barely mobilize the strength in his body and stabilize his body. Who? The moment he stabilized his body and came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian subconsciously shouted angrily, thinking that someone was sneaking up on him. However, when he looked carefully, he found that, in front of his eyes, there was nothing but a metallic object that had appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him. What about the stone and the jade slip? Duan Lingtian wanted to find the stone and the jade slip, but he found that they were nowhere to be found. After the two merged with each other, it was as if they suddenly disappeared. That was until he vaguely sensed that a familiar yet unfamiliar aura was gradually fading away from the metallic object in front of him that had appeared at some point in time. Only then did he realize what was going on. This metal piece is the product of the fusion of the black stone and the dark green jade slip that sent me flying. Because the aura on the metal piece was exactly the same as the aura that blasted him away just now, it was not difficult for him to guess this point. After a while, Duan Lingtian found that the aura on the surface of the metal piece was completely converged. What the hell is going on? The jade slip that third uncle gave me, why did it fuse with that stone? Furthermore, they fused together into something that looks like a piece of metal. When the metal piece's aura was completely converged, and it was surrounded by an even deeper mysterious light, Duan Lingtian flew out and tentatively approached it. After finding that it had no intention of attacking him, he carefully reached out and held it in his hand. At this time, Duan Lingtian began to seriously look at the metal piece that was wrapped in mysterious light in his hand. This seems to be a broken piece of metal. Only one side of the metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand was flat, and the other three sides were bumpy. It wasn't hard to see that this iron-like thing seemed to have been forcefully broken off from something. It's quite thick. Weighing the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could not help but murmur, "Also, I don't know where the words on it are from, but they're so obscure. Also, it's not just the words. Even the pictures on it are difficult to tell what kind of pictures they are." Holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the ancient aura that was inadvertently emitted from it. This aura seemed to be telling him that it had existed for a very long time. What the hell is this? Looking at the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked left and right, but he could not tell what this metal piece was. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. This thing is not simple. What a joke! If this thing was simple, it would not have been able to send him flying and injure him with just its aura. Most importantly, this was not the case. This incomplete piece of metal was the product of the fusion of the mysterious jade token Xiajia from the divine offering land had given him and something else. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the other item, he could tell it was not an ordinary item. Nonsense! If it was an ordinary item, why would the mysterious jade slip given to him by Xia Jia bring him all the way here? Let's see, what the hell is this? With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness with the intention of merging it with the broken metal piece in his hand to investigate it. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the broken metal piece, he was shocked to discover something. At this moment, the words and pictures on the broken metal piece seemed to have come to life. Moreover, they were emitting a strange and unfathomable energy. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried to merge his divine consciousness with it, it was completely devoured, from the beginning until the end. Although Duan Lingtian had continuously extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the broken metal piece, he did not discover anything useful. In fact, it could be said that he did not discover anything at all. This was because as soon as his divine consciousness got close to the broken metal piece, it would be devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. What the hell is this thing? In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to stop merging his divine consciousness with the broken metal piece. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the broken metal piece in his hand fearfully. It was as though he was looking at a scourge. Now that he was holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was holding a hot potato. The divine consciousness originates from the soul. Since it can devour divine consciousness so easily, I wonder if it can devour soul attacks as easily. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's soul trembled. He immediately launched a soul attack at the broken metal piece. The scene from before replayed itself. The moment Duan Lingtian's soul attack came into contact with the broken metal piece, it was devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. It was completely useless. As expected, it can devour soul attacks. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His gaze, when he looked at the broken metal piece, had changed completely. There was no longer fear in his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. With this broken metal piece, I won't have to fear the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this mundane realm. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Although his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial, the broken metal piece could easily devour the broken metal piece. However, since the defective metal piece could easily devour his soul attack, it would not feel any pressure even if it devoured the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. After all, one of the things that formed the broken metal piece was given to him by Xiajia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Even Xiajia felt that this thing was not simple. Therefore, it would not be difficult for the incomplete piece of iron, which was formed by the fusion of 2 other things, to devour the soul attack of a 9th tribulation loose immortal who had mastered the soul-gathering embodiment technique. For this reason, Duan Lingtian looked at the broken metal piece in his hand as though it was a treasure. This broken metal piece definitely has more than just the ability to devour divine consciousness and soul attacks. It must have many other secrets. However, with my current strength, I don't know what other secrets it has. Duan Lingtian could tell the broken metal piece in his hand was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from that, the appearance of this broken metal piece must have something to do with the 99 saint veins in my body as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the dark green jade token in his hand. At that time, the black stone and the dark green jade token had each released a surge of energy that entered his body. After that, the 2 surges of energy traveled through the 99 saint veins in his body before they merged together. I remember when the 2 surges of energy traveled through the 98 saint veins in my body. They did not show any signs of merging until they had traveled through the 99 saint veins. It is precisely because they fused together that the black stone and the dark green jade slip fused together to form this incomplete piece of metal. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. In other words, this was the broken metal piece. The broken metal piece was formed when the black stone and the dark green jade token merged together through the 99 saint veins in his body. Saint veins were known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Now that I've deciphered the secrets of the dark green jade token and the black stone, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even though we've deciphered the secrets of the jade strip and the stone, we still have to deal with the secrets of the incomplete metal piece. I don't know where this incomplete piece of metal came from, but one thing is for sure. The thing that left this incomplete piece of metal is definitely not ordinary. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. In any case, I've gained quite a lot this time, with this broken metal piece. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, I won't have to wait helplessly for my death. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Chapter 2562. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial attacked first, even if Duan Lingtian could kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to block the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial soul attack. This was because one could not use one's own energy to block a soul attack. To a certain extent, the latter could only be considered as a material attack. It was completely different from a soul attack. There would never be any intersection between the two. But now, Duan Lingtian possessed that mysterious and unfathomable defective metal piece, and it was different. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique tried to attack him, he could still take out the defective metal piece at lightning speed and block the soul attack. He would let the defective metal piece absorb the soul attack. In that case, his opponent's soul attack would not even be able to touch him. Third uncle. Thank you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly regained his senses. He looked up at the sky and expressed his gratitude to Xiajia, the powerhouse from the divine offering land. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon that Xiajia had left for him. Although it no longer had the might of a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although Xiajia did not give him the defective metal piece directly, it was indirectly given to him by Xiajia. If it was not for the dark green jade token, he would not have been able to find the black stone, let alone merge the two to form the defective metal piece. I wonder how they're doing now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. When Duan Lingtian gradually regained his senses, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered he was near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. He flew up and headed to Fresh Breeze Town as soon as possible. When he saw that the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town was thriving and that the old friends of the Lee family were doing well, the smile on his face became even more radiant. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town, he went to Aurora City, Swallow Mountain County's County City, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. Seeing that his old friends were doing well, he didn't want to disturb their peaceful lives and left quietly. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the 7-Star Sword Sect. The 7-Star Sword Sect was the first sect he'd entered in this lifetime, and he had extremely deep feelings for it. This sect had even been exterminated in the past, but under his hard work, the 7-Star Sword Sect was finally rebuilt, and it developed very well to become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would have thought the inconspicuous, purple-clad young man who had entered the 7-Star Sword Sect a few decades ago had become invincible in the entire Saint Province realm after a few decades? Looking back, several decades have already passed. Several decades. The times have changed. The world has changed. As he stood in the sky above the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion before silently leaving. After leaving the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After visiting a few old friends, he finally left the 10 Great Dynasties District and Cloud Continent and returned to the Debussy Subterranean. Rip! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian tore a hole in the void and disappeared from the Debussy Subterranean in just a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land. After arriving in the upper province, the first thing he did was to go to Sin City in the central province to meet his old friends. Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Human Devil Clan's Wandering Saint Palace and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had acknowledged him as his master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. When Huang Qiling saw Duan Ling Tian again, although he knew Duan Ling Tian would not dislike him just because of his current strength and status, he could not help but feel a little restrained. This was a subconscious feeling. After all, Duan Ling Tian was no longer the same person he used to be. Currently, no one would refute Duan Ling Tian's claim that he was the strongest person in the Saint Province realm. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Then he looked at Huang Qiling and asked, "How are you? Have you been well all these years?" "Good." Huang Qiling was moved when he saw Duan Ling Tian still cared about him. "That's good." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he looked at Yuan Haochen, who was standing next to Huang Qiling, and greeted him with a faint smile on his face. "Palace Master Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met." "Master, you can just call me Little Chen. I don't dare to be called Palace Lord in front of you. I don't dare to be called that." Yuan Haochen was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him Yuan Haochen. "Where's Huang Wenjing? She didn't come?" Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as he looked behind Yuan Haochen and Huang Qiling, Sister Wenjing. "She's in closed-door cultivation recently," Huang Qiling said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he could not tell Duan Ling Tian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she did not want to see Duan Ling Tian with his wife. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Qiling, and Yuan Haochen caught up with each other for a while before he left Sin City. He gave each of them a keepsake so they could ask for help from the Phoenix Clan. Then he left Sin City and prepared to leave the Saint Province realm. The last time he went to the Phoenix Clan, he gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. The entire Phoenix Clan also regarded him as a benefactor who had given them a new lease on life. Moreover, they gave him many feathers that were very precious to the members of the Phoenix Clan as tokens. The Phoenix Clan promised, "In the future, if anyone brings a feather to the Phoenix Clan will treat them like Duan Ling Tian and will help them without any hesitation." Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had given Huang Qiling and Yuan Haochen 2 feathers that were extremely precious to the members of the Phoenix Clan. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he left the Saint Province realm and came to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again. Duan Ling Tian found someone from Yan Huang realm and asked him to show him the way back to Yan Huang realm. Brother Xian Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and returned to the Yellow, the Arch Mansion, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian took out the violet gold order token that Xian Yuanji had given him and asked it to show him the way to the Yellow, the Arch Mansion. The Yellow, the Arch Mansion was a very low-key force in Yan Huang realm. Most people would not know where the Yellow, the Arch Mansion was even if they had heard of it. I've become a celebrity in Yan Huang realm. On his way to the Yellow, the Arch Mansion, Duan Ling Tian heard many rumors about him. These rumors revolved around how he had killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people thought the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion had died unjustly. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, he could have killed Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. He knew the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe him. Therefore, he had waited patiently for the old ancestor to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have killed the old ancestor before the old ancestor could react. Even if the old ancestor knew he was only an eminent celestial, it would be impossible for the old ancestor to use a soul attack on him. How much longer do I have to travel? A month later, Duan Lingtian was still on his way. Since he did not know where the Yellow Larch Mansion was, Duan Lingtian could not use the interstellar transporting formations between galaxies. He could only use the token given to him by the Yellow Larch Mansion to travel through space. Even after traveling at full speed for a month, he still had not arrived at the Yellow Larch Mansion. With his current speed, he could travel from the remote Milky Way to the Kost galaxy in a month's time. After traveling for another 2 months, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the Yellow Larch Mansion. Although the Yellow Larch Mansion was a reclusive force, as one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm, it still controlled a relatively large galaxy. Under the guidance of the Violet Gold Token, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Yellow Larch Mansion's home planet in the galaxy ruled by the Yellow Larch Mansion. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the Yellow Larch Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Yellow Larch Mansion blocked his path. Who are you? Why have you come to the Yellow Larch Mansion's estate? The leader of the patrol asked as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. What's the matter? I'm Duan Lingtian. I'm here to look for old brother Xian Yuanji. May I know if old brother Xian Yuanji has returned from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Lingtian asked politely. After all, he was here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the patrolling disciples from the Yellow Larch Mansion widened their eyes in unison. It was apparent they were shocked as well. The leader of the patrolling disciples was the first to react. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. Purple, young, and handsome. These were the characteristics of the legendary Duan Lingtian. Is that a violet gold token? Soon after, the leader of the patrolling disciples saw the token in Duan Lingtian's hand and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. He bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.